cemetery where we just were,
Can you one more in which year?
1991.
Okay.
Now, it said Yehuda Lapin. Remember, the Lapin house was across the street from my grandfather's house, across the street from the Ben Pepper. And I knew the man, Binyamin Lapin. So the following year, 1992, he came from Israel. He was living in Israel, and I came from America, and I met him because he wanted to go to his father's grave in that cemetery. So he did. And then a few years later, he worked it out with the Chevre Kadisha in Jerusalem to have the body buried in the Mount of Olives, Har HaZeitim in Jerusalem. And here's Egle, next to where they reburied the body from this cemetery, the Lapin. Did you want? I'm going to give you this book.
Okay, good.
Afterwards. Okay, so this you can't see it because it doesn't exist anymore. But my mother's house was right across the street, and this is. Let's look at it from a better perspective. This is good. Henny, come here. Hang up on whoever it is. The time is of the essence now. The time is of the essence. We're really short on time.
I'm here.
Okay, so the Glot house is right there, but it's burnt down, so it doesn't exist. Here's a picture of the Glot house and the Lutheran church right here, taken in 1930, roughly. It is a picture I took in 1996.
So it burnt down after you.
It was burned down around 2001. So this picture was taken roughly over here, with the Lutheran here and my mother's house right there. You see it? Okay. Now this is my mother standing over here. You can see the columns of the church in the background. That's my mother. Ethan and I are standing here. Good idea. Right, but if you notice, you see how the street goes down by the entrance, by the step. So when the street was a problem, instead of clearing it out and taking a new street, that's why my mother looks so short. Look at this. My mother was up to here. But in reality, it was because the street was raised to cover up the damaged section. Do you follow me?
I follow.
Penny? Okay, so Penny, Adina, everybody, we're going to get a picture standing where Ethan and I, where my mother stood. Okay, so here,
Okay.
Egla, take this.
Okay.
And who's going to take it? And I have the video people.
Oh, the video.
Okay, when Lithuania got its independence, shortly thereafter, wars broke out between Lithuania and Russia, between Poland and Russia, between Poland and Lithuania. In fact, they usurped the eastern part of Lithuania, including the capital of Vilnius. Okay? So those people who defended Lithuania were called volunteers, or Lithuanian savanori. That's the word volunteers. Okay? In 1928, they took the kids out of school and they dedicated this to the 8 local boys of Neustadt, of Nomisis, who died in the defense of independent Lithuania. And among them, next to the bottom, was a Jewish boy named Lazar Robinson. Lazarus Robinson. Okay? Now, in the Soviet times, when the Soviets occupied Lithuania, this was a symbol of independent Lithuania. So they ordered this to be destroyed. The people didn't destroy it, they buried it. When I was here in 1988 the first time, I didn't see it because it was buried. When I came back in '89, they had just taken it out of the ground where it was buried nearby, and they put it back up where it belonged. Do you see it? See the hole in the ground? And here it stands. So we're going to get a picture with the Paminklas, which was dedicated in 1928. Watch the video. Okay, so in 1946, the year after the war was over, the Lithuanian Miškiniai blew up the house of Berilovich. I showed you where the dynamite was laid inside the house that was blown up, and 4 were killed. Well, they decided that they're not going to bring them to the Jewish cemetery because it will be vandalized, because the Miškiniai would just destroy it. But here they have the Soviet cemetery, the Soviet soldiers are buried. So they buried the 4 people here. And a lady named Pasternakis, Nenet, Pasternak, however you pronounce it, Pasternak, would every week put flowers here and take care of it. She apparently, she died?
Passed away
Passed away
last
recently.
summer in August. Now my mom planted the flowers.
So it's very dark over there. We need a flash or something to see. Berilovich. Can you make that out? Why is it wife's brother who was killed. I think you need a flash.
I don't have. Oh, it's good? Yes?
Is that good?
Yeah, perfect. Good. And now.
My sister-in-law is married to someone from Scotland, and not from Ross.
Ross, no, I know of the Ross
Leah,
family.
Leah, and
Oh, you're there, guys. Yes.
yeah.
Fine.
Okay. Yeah, and my uncle has a
which
picture of
brother?
your father.
Oh, your
Ben.
brother?
Ben
My
Wesley?
uncle.
No,
Yeah.
not one time.
Yeah.
Yeah, many times maybe. Now, because he's been here, this is his 17th time. Your brother?
Ben Wesley.
In Lithuania. Here. There's different parts of the family over the years, but this is my first time. And I took a needle between my and couldn't make it. So. It's just this
That's hysterical.
She was very strong. I was very impressed.
She's a very
She was taking the luggage.
Not only that,
Oh,
but,
really?
but you pushed the luggage ahead of you so that it would go on its own.
I remember.
Always be careful.
Yes, and I let you go before me. I said, go ahead, because your dad went first, and I said, you go ahead. See?
And now you're meeting next time in Neustadt.
Of all the places.
See you in Asia. Stephen, this couple was they were on the plane with you.
Bless you. I remember your strong daughter.
Now,
Can I introduce you to Dallas
So wait, so you went from Toronto to
Yes, I know. My grandparents.
Oh, really? What parts did you go to?
І номер 2.
because, as I told, he lived very close to the killing place. So
Dalį kažkas sakė, šitą žodį, pakreipė, atrodo, jau jūs kalbėt, o vyrus varė, tai vis barakaja, kaip tas žodis.
Baruch.
Baruch, vyrai.
So they just had hearing this word barakai, but it is Baruch Adonai, Eloheinu.
Man pasireiškia
Yeah.
barakai. Ne to laiku.
Tai aišku, kad jis buvo mažas vaikas, jis negalėjo.
so he
He saw, because he was on attic of the house and he saw where women he have heard, he didn't see it exactly, but they were passing.
and he could hear them say the bracha.
Yes,
Shema
exactly.
Yisrael.
Yes, he have heard Baruch Adonai, but he himself.
Tiek žmonių, vyrų, tiek čia sušaudyta, vienas tik bėga, jau čia buvo paruošta į kiemą, rugiai buvo, ir 6 dienos yra nušaudytas parankis ar vaikas. O vyrai čia dar buvo.
So we want to interview him
Viską
afterwards.
išversti ir viską jūs papasakosit gerai. Jie dabar pakalbės maldą. Gerai, labai labai jums ačiū. I just want...
Jeszcze jem się po kamerę,
Kas? Nu rimtai.
Kažkas po to kapo, tai irgi sakė, man nėra pristatyti. Sako, ant kelias negali statyti. Tai kas čia turi važiuoja.
Ben Lesser,
Yes.
is from the tribe of priests,
Yes.
and the priests are not permitted to go into a cemetery.
Okay.
So they will be just
Outside.
outside the gate,
Okay.
because as the priests,
Yes.
they're not permitted to come into a
Okay,
place of burial.
okay.
So you
So-
may want to go earlier there. my wife and I can come because we're not, but the rest
Okay.
of them are all of the
the
tribe.
first,
Yes.
pirmiausia yra, reiškia, jis pasakys tokią kalbelę, paskui pasakys
Taip.
maldą ir paskui uždeg žvakės, tai jie eis.
That thing that goes, you know,
No, it's wrong. Because then you will cut yourself wherever you want. But you stand in front, yes? Then the guy
Am I
will
okay?
come and do the shake and Stephen will follow the order.
anybody want to stand with me?
Kiek tai jums?
Bendra, kuo bendresnį, nes noriu vaikus juos.
Before you give an introduction, I don't have any. Okay, so we have a little program that we put together here, and Dad has orchestrated all this. So he's going to start out giving a very short speech, and then that'll follow by some more ceremonial things. So Dad, why don't you begin?
We're gathered in this hallowed ground to remember and pay our respects to our ancestors who were cruelly slaughtered on this very spot 77 years ago. Those vicious events of deprivation defy logic and comprehension and violate all rationality. The events on this very spot is a microcosm of events throughout Lithuania and indeed throughout all of Europe. We're here today to affirm to all and those martyred who are looking down from above that we are committed to the Torah life that once flourished in Neustadt, but now continues in Israel and many other places throughout the world. We are inspired by our past in Lithuania and this shtetl Neustadt in particular. In Ezekiel 37, there's a parable, dry bones coming to life. The Talmud asks, what happens to the resurrected? Rabbi Yossi states he is a descendant and his grandfather gave him the tefillin of his resurrected ancestor. We are the descendants of the martyrs, metaphorically holding on to the tefillin and the Torah they left for us. We pledge to continue our tradition inspired by our past. We have with us gathered here the next generation, represented by Penny, Adina, Stephen, Kira, Ethan, and Jake, to pass on our wonderful heritage. Now we're going to ask Penny and Adina to light yahrzeit candles.
Perfect pacing. Perfect.
Let me take the bag.
It might not last very long. It went out already, but we'll try again. We have two more. You want to say the Tehillim now?
We're going to do the poem out there.
Oh, okay.
That'll be.
Whatever, how long it lasts. I
Do you want to put
say
a
that
little stone on
lasts
there? That's the easy way to do it. So you put the stone. The stone's never melted. you see that? There were 6 separate files. So this is, it wasn't, it didn't look like this, but they made 6 separate flower beds to represent the 6 million Jews. So this was only a place where there were 245 Jews, but they made it into a monument to show that it wasn't just the Jews here that were murdered, but all across this whole region there were 6 million Jews.
Which is actually remarkable that they were doing this in 1958.
Yeah. Well, they're buried all around. So they dug a big pit here. They marched them in, they said walk in, and they shot them right here. And then they had another person come in a few days later, or a little later, put the dirt back.
So Adina will,
No, they're in the middle. So you can finish it.
Now it's customary to say psalms in a cemetery, and so to start with, Ethan and Jake are going to read Psalm 130.
Shir Hamalot Mimakim Kraticha Adonai Adonai Shema B'Goli Tiena Oznecha Kashivot Lekol Tachanunai Im Avonat Tishmarya Adonai Miyamod Ki Imcha Haslicha Leman Tivarek Ki Viti Adonai Kivsad Nafshi Belid Boro Hochalti Nafshi Ladonai Mishomrim La Boker Shomrim La Boker Yachel Yisrael El Adonai Ki Im Adonai HaChesed V'Harbe Imo Fidus V'Hu Yifteh Es Yisrael Mikol Avonosah.
And now, no, Stephen and Kira, there you are.
Shir Lamalo et Asayanai El Haharim Me'ayin Yabo Ezri Me'im Adonai Yoseh Shemayim Va'aretz Al Yitem Amod Raglacha Al Yanum Shomracha Hine Lo Yanum V'Lo Yishan Shomer Yisrael Adonai Shomracha Adonai Tzilcha Yad Yaminecha Yilam Hashem Ashlo Yakecha V'Yareach V'Alayla Adonai Yishmacha Mikol Ra Yishmor Et Nafshecha Adonai Yishmor Tzidcha V'Borecha Me'ata V'Yad Olam.
And now Adina and Henny are going to read the 23rd Psalm.
Mizmar David Adonai Goli Lolasa Nodesha Yariseni Amen Yahweh Namashi Yishoved Yacheni B'Maglei Sedek B'Man Shemo Gam Ki Elech L'Gein Salmaves Lo Ira Ra Ki Ata Imadi Shivcha Umishantecha Hema Yinachamuni Taroch L'Fanai Shochan Neged Sorarai Yishanta V'Shemen Roshi Kosi Revaya Ach Tov V'Chesed Yirdefuni Kol Yimei Hayai V'Shafti B'Veis Adonai La'ora Yamin.
Now we're going to continue with the Kel Molei Rachamim. El Molei Rachamim Dayan Alamanos V'Aviyasomim Alno Techasher V'Tisapak V'Dam Yisrael Shenishpak Kamoyim Hamatzei Menucha Nechono Al Kanfei Hashchina V'Malos Kedoshim Utahorim Kizor Harakia Me'irim Umazhirim Lenishmosehem Shel Rivos Alfei Yisrael Anoshim V'Noshim Yiladim v'yiladot, shenehergu, v'nishchatu, v'nisrafu, v'nechnaku, v'nikbaru chayim, v'artzos asher nogbo v'hen yad hatzorer hagermani, upo v'shor sehem, havitoim, Kulam Kedoshim Utahorim Uvahem Gaonim V'Tzadikim Arzei Halvanon Adirei HaTorah. B'Gan Eden Tehei Menuchasam Lochein Bal Harachamim Yaftireim B'Seser Kinafav Lolamim B'Tzror HaChayim Es Nishmasam. Adonai Hu Nachal Asam V'Yanuchu V'Shalom Al Mishkavam V'Nomar Amen. So we're going to sing the Hatikvah. Am Yisrael Chai!
So that concludes the ceremony. I'd like to you wanted to have the witnesses up now? Okay. Should I introduce that, or maybe you should?
Yeah, I think if you want to here. Yes.
Looks like you're now, he's going to come over here and he's going to talk.
This gentleman is, well, she'll explain.
Interpret it, yeah. So you pay very close attention.
In English.
So guys, we have here a real witness because his family was living just close to the killing place, and he just tell us a little bit what was his as a child impression and what he heard or what he saw, and I just will translate him.
Now he's 86, correct?
86.
And this was 77 years ago. So that means he was how old? 9. Okay, so he was old enough to observe and understand and see what was going on here.
Tai pirmiausia, jūs tiesiog pasakykit, jūs gyvenat čia, ar ne, netoliese? So still the house remains where his parents and he lived in 1941.
Neleido žiūrėti vokiečiai, bet mes užsilipas nuo aukšto, pasidarydam viršakas įdėkis, visą laiką buvo, kiek čia darbavos visą pačią.
So Nazis, of course, didn't want to have witnesses around, but the houses were so close, so they forbade, to go outside or to look through the windows. But as children, they were curious what is going on, so they went to attic and and so observed, and so they also made the holes among the trees that they could see what is going on.
Neleido žiūrėti į mašinėlį stovėjusią.
So it wasn't just oral forbidding or oral telling that you won't go outside. No, they had even some guards. And guards who looking that the order would
to make
be
sure that
obeyed.
that
Yes.
Vyrai bėga čia pagal tą ąžuolą.
So by this oak, which is originally the same oak which was in 1941.
30 metrų ilgio,
So it was original pit, 30 meters long and 2.5 meters depth.
Norėjau juos perkelti Grinomis kapinių, čia kažką atidarė, tad girdėjau iš to girdo. Man atrodo, kad čia yra perkelti, nežinau dar.
So he isn't so sure, but what he remembers as a child, what he have heard from the elderly speaking, so the plan was that the bodies would be taken back close to Neustadt cemetery, to Jewish cemetery most probably. This is not sure. But when they, saw how bodies look like, so of course nobody, exported, nobody transferred them. So most probably they just, with some excavators or with some cars, just pushed to the pits, which is here, originally now.
Moterų duobė vat šitą apiskritai buvo.
So
Ir buvo, be Petros kalba, buvo daržas toks tarp svaros, bet būklėtas tik tiek. Tai moteris turi vaikus, tai jie balsuoja, bet su balsuoju, kad į tą daržą ir įduotų. O vyrus atvarydavo, kad duobė iškastas, suguldavo ir apdalydavo.
duobėje jau.
Ne, ant kraštas. Kiti šokdavo į duobę, o kitus atvarys ir jau netvarkygai užkabaliodavo. Ir kitą partiją atvarydavo, miškas jau užaugęs.
So the order was that the man was laying just with the face to the ground, yes, by the pit. So, and the shooting was going on, and then they would, push the pit. And the originally was not exactly so straight as it is like now. Now it was just symbolically made. It was like here, going so from corner to this side, yes. So, and
This was about 6 weeks later, early September.
šešias savaites vėliau, moteris buvo vėliau. So he's not recalling how later, but yes, it is separated later, and it was still another tree there. So most probably he saw this because he is recalling that, women who had very little children, so they didn't use for them the shooting, so they just took to this tree and directly to the pit.
Užmiršau pasakyti, va pagal tą ąžuolo duobę, dar seniūnas čia atrodavo, kad čia atveš patraukas į Sovietmečiu. Ir vienas sekmadienis dieną atvažiuoja 16 vyrų ir 17 moterų Lietuvos atvež pačius karvas ant raštų. Ir 6 vyrai buvo ir juos sušaudė. Mes atbėgom, vietų nebuvo. Dėl švarko viskas gyvų buvo, tik įsuokas pagal gyvų rasi, tokie matėka nuvažiavo, atgrįžo, matras žodis rankas, kaip šuolis, aš įsigaldau, kaip netvartau. Ir liepų kastos užkasti, tai pas antrą dieną pradėjau žydų maldyti.
So the first who were killed here wasn't Jews, as a matter of fact, but were Lithuanians. Šeši žmonės buvo nužudyti.
Ne, 16 ir vieną, bet ir nuombėšį paštą viršinį.
Ir 6 žudė, kurie
Ir 6 sudėkuoti.
So 6 men with the guns killed 16 Lithuanian men and 1 woman. Viena moteris.
Vieną paštą viršinį.
So this woman was the chief of the post. So and this was where then later Jewish men were murdered in the same. So they, as a children, so they just shooted them and went away. Not even, how to say, not bury, not even.
Who were these 16 men? The woman was the head of the postal department.
So he doesn't know for sure, but these were official Lithuanian officials in Smetona, Smetona time.
Kur buvo Tarborga, Dargelai, ta paštas viršiai, kad vienuolė, tas buvo, dar šaučiai, Dievo vartus, kur dabar, kur anksčiau Dievo.
Yes, so they were of the communists, or these who were suspected to be communists, and these people also, called for the help of God, and these 6 men were telling, so why you are not addressed your God yearly? You believed communist ideas, more or less. So they didn't bother themselves even to cover. So they, as a children, came to see, and somebody even, jumped to the pit to see, are they alive or are they really murdered? And these 6 men were observing most probably that somebody, went out of the house and, what is going on. So they returned and shoot it even without, of course, having any purpose, but just for, to scare people. So he was, so much scared that he almost fell,
Now, how much before they killed the men, they killed these Lithuanians?
Was it a couple of days or?
Prieš kiek skirtumas galėjo būti laiko, kur lietuvis kur nužudė ir paskui 3 days jis kalėjo.
Ir vienu žodžiu, žavada įvykę buvo ir ypač dar pradėjau pasakyti. Aš visą laiką mes vaikai, po 12 metų buvo. Tai sakom, kad tiek vyrų, 60 vyrų su študeriais, študebekeriai, bašėm, vaikaičių 30 stačioms į bašėm, 30 į priekam, kelantaistus išreidė, ne vienas nebėga, niekur visi, nesakau, 60 vyrų prieš 18 įkluotą vyrų.
So he remembers even the numbers, you know,
Tai
that
vienas Petras kalba, tuo pačiu koridoriu, lyg tai Ickiuks iš Ickis pavardė, iš namės, tai jis bėga, Baškaitės gyvena, gal kada nebės vadybės, ir po tos vadybės, šeši dėlės, broliai, iškaitė, o paskui atjauti.
So there were several shootings. So one, what he remembers and what they wanted as a children, that 60 men were brought, with the track, and just 18 of these, who were shooting. And nobody, except this one case, what I just told, tried to escape. They were just standing and awaiting their fate. More or less, in just one, he tried to escape and run away because there were more houses around. So on the direction of some Užpelkis house, but 6 men from these 18 just were running after him and just shoot it, and of course they target and brought him there.
Perbėgęs jau vakarį, galbūt įmuškai į kitą bešką ir užtaikė, bet į kukurūdžius atsirasų.
So he was quite far, but nevertheless he didn't manage.
Kaip vienai tai stebėjo.
Has he ever retold, is this the first time that he's sharing this, or he's retold this before?
No, some Israeli filmmaker already visited him and took this interview.
Does anybody else have any questions for him?
Yes, he didn't.
He lives right here.
No. Ben. It was originally his family's house, but in 1968 he moved into Shtetl, so his house is close to the military,
but
to the soldiers. Yes, at the time.
I understand. That's why they're looking out the window.
Yes. Ben, do you have questions?
Did he and his friends talk about it afterwards? Like, were they puzzled? Were they like, what were they,
What did they think of
Yeah, what he just told, that we were, as the kids, we were wounded, 60 against 18, So it is also children consideration, that, the power is we are majority, not what the motives are. But so
or
they
or
were
the weapons
wounded.
that...
Yeah, they were wounded, that nobody tried to escape, nobody rebelled, nobody, fought against. So.
Well, they were older men, because the younger men had been taken off to Shaluta.
Yes, that's right.
So we're talking about older people who were
Ir
here.
dar atgal ir vyras ir moteris šalia yra pradėję. Taip šnekėjo, kad kariškiai kokie 6 žodžius atvežė, tokie pradėjo galėjo traktorius įvažiuoti. Tai tiesiog tikrai patrankė, o čia kažkur yra tokie pradėjo daug. Tuo metu čia
Yes, so this fact he already didn't see himself. But just what I have heard from the others, that the other pit is just, right out of the, outskirts of this territory, which is fenced. So it was the pit 6 meters, length and 6 wide, but it was, there were murdered Soviet soldiers or war prisoners.
Were there any children that were murdered here? Because lots of children were taken away as well.
Yes, what he also remembered, that these very, very little children with, who could just stand by the mother, so they didn't use even, gun for them.
Didn't waste
they
any
just,
bullets.
Yeah, exactly. They didn't waste any bullets, just.
So when the women were brought here, the children were with them.
The children,
And they just threw them into the pit alive.
Exactly. And here he doesn't know what had happened. This pit was what he have heard, that it was really, really huge pit. He doesn't know how many, of these soldiers were murdered there, and what had happened afterwards. Did they move, not move? It is still there. Nobody knows.
And that's
Oh,
right
he doesn't
adjacent
know.
to this? Right adjacent to the end of
Right, on the outskirts of the territory, in the forest already. So about 80 meters from here.
Did you used to come to this area at all before this all happened? Was there like a...
Ar čia buvo toks kaip miškelis pradžioje, ar čia jie kažką kirto, ar čia taip ir buvo tokia laukybė?
It's like an open area.
Čia dabar jau kada buvo leidžiama, tai jau pradėjo plėstis, jau dabar vėliau pritraukia žemės miškas.
So the territory is a little bit enlarged, but approximately the
Was
same.
there a
I mean,
clearing
forest
here?
around, and
Was there like a clearing here before that they picked this spot? Was it a clearing
Open area with
so
no
that there
trees.
were no trees blocking?
this is originally was a little bit without trees.
Yeah, open area.
So
Clearing,
yes,
clearing
a
in
little
the
bit
forest.
Open area. So it is just right now then when we bought additional sand, to put the fence and all this stuff. And cut this tree which was, just besides this pit with where women were murdered.
Were the kids curious when they came to dig the pit?
Ar jūs prisimenat, kas kasė duobes?
Duobes varė stadilas, bet kokie žmogai gali, mano tėvą varė ir aš persiplatai ir klausė, mama pasakydavo, kad jis pasakydavo, stadilas, sakydavo, kas čia bus. Jis sakydavo, jis gal tikrai nežinoja. Sako, čia vokiečiai atveš patrankas, iššaus į Sovietką. Toks kalbas gal jis sakydavo.
So, this was this was ordered to organize by Lithuanian local authorities here in Naishtat, yes. So these authorities had to organize who will dig these pits. So they just, of course nobody wanted to volunteer. So the head of the shtetl would come and tell, you, and you are going to dig. And of course people are interested. He told that his mother, putting something on the table, try to learn what is going on, what they are going to do with this, for what these men are going, to dig all these pits. So, and it was some talks. What he tells himself. Perhaps this local chief of the shtetl didn't know himself, or perhaps he wanted to believe the story he was told by the Nazi authorities, that Nazi army or Wehrmacht will bring here this, I don't know, sorry, this word. Rifles, this which is...
Ammunition?
Yeah, stronger weapons, so that they can hide, and that their purpose is to take Tilsit.
You mean they were going to hide their weapons here so that they would have them available when they attacked Tilsit?
Yeah.
So that was a ruse.
This was how to say, the rumors. This was the story which was retold. Somebody perhaps really believed. Somebody wanted to believe that it is really for these purposes, because nobody asked themselves the question: is it Tilsit already taken or not? Nobody knew for sure. Everything was.
There were no phones.
Vyrus varė iš tenai, tai buvo kaip šitas baitelių stotelė buvo, batai iššauta buvo ir varė pridegės. O moteris iš pradžių, taip, stotelė, matyt, pajautė, iš kur mes apsprendėm vaikai, kad yra aukštinė, o dėdučią prisisvarė. Tai plėšino gają ir nuogas varė sušalė. Ir už tą pajautė aukštą, kad suslėpė.
So he told them when the men were leaving, to the pit, usually they came with the cans, and the shirt, But when they wanted, women, to murder, so somebody, they are also thinking, or as the children guessed that this was the purpose, that somebody from these guys who were organizing this shooting decided that some women has in underwears gold or rings or some money or whatever. So the women were forced to to take clothes. To this side road, and we're hearing already shooting sounds. So they just dropped everything, understanding that, for nothing to keep these things.
Now, when they shot the men, did they first tell them to take their clothing off?
No, the men were
I
dressed.
told you.
Well, but let me explain, because the younger people were brought to Shaluta, the slave labor, and they were sorting clothing, and some people recognized that it belongs to their relatives.
Yes,
So obviously they had taken off some clothing, so if it was so bloody that, once you're shot with clothing on, those clothing weren't going to be sorted out in Shaluta.
Or maybe it was
it
folded up
was
clothing.
perhaps and so then, but the upper clothes, yes, they were for
Maybe they were
but
jackets, not
exactly
not
jackets or
the-
longer coat or whatever. So
Well, it was in the summer, so
summer, but not really coat, but these flags.
jacket,
an outer garment,
Yeah.
some sort of outer garment.
Because we don't know what these people really were told, to take things, not to take. Somebody, just took on them, is it summer or not summer? Because they don't know where they will be brought. So,
Was he traumatized by this? Did it affect him later, going through this?
of course, I will ask this question, but you
But
can
he's
imagine
obviously-
yourself if he didn't speak about this, not with anybody else, not with his family, and just
Ever?
recently.
Oh,
is
really?
that right?
Is that,
Yeah.
is that,
Klausia, ar tai traumavo jūs, ar jūs apie tai prisiminėte po to, ar jūs
He never spoke about
Karas
it?
paliko arkliai viskas išvaros ir kalėjimo. Tas kaip paviršiko diskomfortas.
So first time when it happened, nobody witnessed from
Yes. But you didn't, thank you for sharing your memories.
Dėkoju, kad dalinotės savo prisiminimais.
And you didn't talk about this for many years?
Sako, bet jūs nekalbėjot, nei paskui savo šeimą turėdamas ir nepasakojot vaikams, kas
Jūs visą laiką čia gyvenom, važiuodavom, žinodavom, prašalį vaikai mokyklose, žinau.
So, no, didn't talk with, of course, they knew it,
Vienu žodžiu,
so it
istorija
was kept in,
labai didelė.
So how did they find him now to talk about? Who found him? That's his daughter.
So
Perhaps Dalia can tell better how these filmmakers from Israel found your father.
you want to come over here?
I don't know nothing about this.
O šitie,
I want the
kurie
father.
atvažiavo jūs filmuoti, kaip jie surado jūs, kaip jie sužinojo? Tiesiog jie ėjo iš namo į namą?
Ne, jie buvo iš Izraelio ir čia buvo vietiniai, kur mokėjai atvežė mane kasetę. Davęs klausė Lietuvos vėliavos, bet kad jokios vėliavos nebuvo. Aš sakau, gal pridėjai man, bet ne, kasetę atvežė pas mergelį, prisivežiau normaliai. Nebuvo, vokiečių komanda buvo, bet ten buvo civilių, buvo su tais baltais raštais. O kas jie
Ne, bet jūs, tie izraeliečiai, kai atvažiavo interviuoti, filmuoti, kaip jie jūs surado, kaip jie sužinojo, kad jūs prisimenat, kad jūs čia gyvenot, kad...
Nu, ten matyti vietovė, ką buvo svarbintina ir aš tai klausiu dar.
No, it seems they did a research
Kad
because
trečią gyvenamą
they looked around, because some
This right
houses,
age.
yeah, and some houses is still there, so and families live there, so and they told who
Which
lived
are the-
before, and where they moved, do
So
they
they're
know, are they
close.
alive or not, so how they
Čia
found
gali
him.
klausti ir dar senesnį vieną žalvą, nes turėjom antram aukštą pasidavinį stilių, žiūrėti kaip tos kregždės. Ir viską matėm nuo pradžios iki pabaigos, gali ir vyrus, ir moteris.
So the age, it doesn't mean something, so
Well,
they
yeah,
looked
that's what
particular
the
where
family-
these families are right now, and they were just lucky to find
Were
him
there
still
others
in
that still remain here?
Ar dar yra kas nors likę iš užpelkysių, kur gyveno, ar...
Ir paskaičiau, tai yra dvi dukteris dar į vieną manį, tai vieną pavaniau. Visi yra šeimas, mano metų mirė. Tai iš to metų ir nežadėjo.
So one daughter of this where Užpelkiai house, this was also next to the forest, so she moved like to Kaunas. I mean, a lot of died already, passed away.
Did he recognize any of the Lithuanians who were involved in this shooting at the time? Did he recognize any of them from people that he knew from the city? Does he know their names?
Later on, he met them in the market, where, in walking in the shtetl.
Does he know the name? Could he?
Ar jūs
Name
sakot, kad ir
people
su
who are
raiščiais šaudė, ir reiškia ir civiliai apsirengę, bet ar jūs juos pažinojot, jie gyveno Raunėse?
Nežinau, iš Noigardo daug girdėti, aš nežinau.
No, as a child, you know, he knew the face, but not the
Iš
name.
kaimynų niekada buvo.
So he can confirm that nobody really from the neighbors who were living around, so they were forced, some of them, to dig the pit, but not really, definitely they didn't shoot, you know. So he knew that they are from the shtetl, you know, he could recognize the faces. He told that they were in civil clothes or in with the white, you know, stripe
White
on the band on the head, but he doesn't know the name. As a children, they didn't understand, you know, what was in the bucket, because these men were coming, you know, taking a glass, and they thought that it's very hot. They had, you know, they confessed to it as basically water, but they understood that it wasn't the water, because in the evening they hardly could stand on their feet. So it was hostile. He mentioned also what he told about the clothes, because shoes definitely they took off. So, but most probably the jacket was sold, or the upper clothes. So in the evening, the same man somehow managed still to put, you know, in the wagon his clothes and took, you know, away. But he of course didn't know where they took it, because some of them like they didn't
What was the first one?
Reiškia, kai praėjo tas pirmas šokas, tai jūs ateidavot pasižiūrėti, ar čia, kaip čia atrodo viskas? So they were even forced, you know, to go out and to go close, because, you know, the animals were in the fields all around, you know, so they had to go up to look after the animals. So.
What do you mean, look after the cows? They have.
Yeah, they had to leave their house to go take care of what they needed to.
So when was the first time? When did the kids come by here to see what was going on after the Nazis had already moved on?
Yeah.
The kids come
Like
by.
the next day that they.
I mean, these shootings were not going, you know, how to say, just in one portion, as been told. In 6 weeks, another, you know, shooting was taking place. So of course, you know, after a day they went already there to see. So sometimes just, you know, passing and seeing. Sometimes they had coming closer, you know, to see what was really.
Can you share what he said earlier when we were standing over there? What
He
that-
repeated, as a matter
Did he
of fact.
repeat it
and
over
yeah,
there?
yeah, so I translated it.
And the bodies, were they just left in the pit, or did they take them off somewhere? Did they just leave them on an open pit?
Meaning when he came back, what did they see when they came back?
Sakė, kad tik tai reiškia, kad tai šaudė buvo palikta atvira duobė, kad tas neužtekta. O tuos, kai šaudė, reiškia, žydus, tai užtektavo paskui, ar palikdavo atvirą?
Nu, jos per dieną sušaudė, tai paskui užtekdavo.
Yeah, when the shooting was going on the entire day, so at the end of the day, they would put us on it. So.
They would what?
Earth.
They would cover with
Yeah,
earth.
cover with
And
earth.
how many days did the shooting last? Did it just like, or how long did it last?
It was like actions, you know. So I mean, this one day, they are bringing, you know, 60 men, for example, and then what your grandpa told, in 6 weeks, you know, there were women who were brought, you know, that's 200, yes.
So like, how long overall did it take for everyone?
Those only intermittent
It
days
doesn't
that
take,
they
it takes
did the
hours.
murdering.
It's not a, it
Yeah, I
doesn't
know,
take
but
so
like
much
they
time.
did it periodically.
That's right.
Like, how long was
Takes a
it
few
from the
hours.
first shooting to the last? You know.
You're saying in a day to till?
No,
how do you,
because
how
like
long
they
does it take
did
to till?
periodically.
It's a few weeks.
A few weeks.
About 6 weeks from the time the men were killed, the night shift men were killed, till they killed the women. Now, from what I understand, we don't know the exact day. We know the exact day the men were killed, the 24th day of Tammuz, which is that year was the 19th of July. But the day the women were killed, we don't have the exact date. But what we do know is that all the Lithuanian people non-Jews were told to go to the church and stay in the church all day and not to leave. And then they took all the Jewish people out of the ghetto area and they brought them here. By then it was women and a few men who were left behind on July 19th. Now it was around early September.
But July 19th, you calculated, is it Sunday?
It was July 19th.
I mean, you look at, you have to look.
look
If
at
it is
accounts.
Sunday, it is usually that people are going for the church and they were ordered, to stay.
No.
in the church.
July
But if it
19th, they didn't have the people go to the church. It was 6 weeks later when they killed the women that they had everybody go to the church and stay in the church when they took the women.
It could be,
He
but he
wouldn't
was
know. He's
here, so.
not
Yeah,
sure.
no, I'm just saying what I understand from reading the Isker book.
Kira has a question. She wanted to know if he had any friends who were around his age that were Jewish kids that may have been killed here. Did he have friends at the time?
Ar jūs pažinojot savo amžiaus vaikus iš miestelio žydų vaikus tuo laiku? Ne, jūs neturėjot jokio kontakto. No, because he was, living on the outskirts of the shtetl. So they were involved in, farming,
Did he have
looking
friends
after.
The Jews lived inside the shtetl. There were no
Did he
Jews.
have any friends that knew friends?
He was at school and he must
Gal
have been
tas
in school.
būdavo tokie žydai, mano tėvas labai gerai pagyvendavo su žydai. Jie atveždavo sėjitis, rypti iki sėjitis ir taip viršelius. O perpjauti priekį, patys suvalgydavo, tada įsidėdavo, pagal visą šerbą mums atveždavo. Ir jie pasivalys parduotuvės ir juos vėl gaudavo iš jų. Labai gerai. Jos pjaudavo bulius, iš kur toks atsiveždavo, pas mus čia į daržinį. Bet turėdavo iš vieno plauko negalėdavo būti. Aš jau ten esu matęs. Jeigu užkėpa plaus, lieka šerbė, visą mėsą eina šalia.
He told that his father had contacts, some contacts with Jewish
Vyteris
families.
sakė, jis yra žydų draugas. Gerai
So
sutikdavo.
sometimes they would pass by and bring, herring for selling. And also he told because they kept animals, so there were no Jewish kids.
Penktas klasės.
Just in the 5th form he was transferred to Neistat
Did he have like
school.
non-Jewish friends at that school and then they knew
Vyrus
Jewish
buvo
people?
suvarėmi į kareivinį. O moteris ir yra pagal jūsų pavandinėta visą gatvę buvo daryta. Žemaitis čia buvo daryta.
So the women were closed in this street. You remember when we went to old Jewish cemetery, we had just the monument is. So this street was closed, as little tiny ghetto for several, weeks. So and the man was taken to the military barracks because, as I told, there was border shtetl. So there was Lithuanian army, and then Soviet took over, so they always military resided here. So.
Thank you very much.
Ačiū Jums labai. Ačiū Jums labai, kad atvažiavot, kad visą papasakojot.
You want to take a picture with him, Kira?
Yes,
Here,
sure.
take a picture. Here, Jake. Here, Dad.
O, sorry.
If he would go to school to the night stop, he would be together with you, boys, girls.
So why do you go in now?
Yes, farmer school.
And as you said, the Jews would come to buy.
You want a picture, right?
I wasn't ready for the course.
Safe travels, and we should meet up some more things.
Start with you.
I'm sorry that Mark didn't make it.
Into the photography business too, like the family.
Thank you.
He bought me in.
And you too.
I wanted the next generation to be
And my great grandmother. I saw them.
Serious thing.
And I noticed the granddaughter was very strong. She was schlepping all the beds. And my husband was
It's a solemn thing.
I don't get to remember me. I was right beside you.
Thank you.
Anyway, very nice.
It's a solemn thing. It's not, we're not happy to be at this death ceremony.
Thank you.
Okay, now you're smiling. No, don't smile. It's a solemn event.
I smile.
Yes.
10 seconds. Wow.
Okay.
With my shirt.
It's okay.
Yes.
It's a headshot.
Starting to rain. Adina.
but he didn't speak a word of English.
It's raining in June.
That was really raining.
Thank you. Yes, maybe you go down. Okay. Maybe.
Action!
This was the original synagogue built in the 1800s with money provided by Sammy Marks. Okay? During the First World War, when the Germans came down Klaipėda Skatva, and I'm going to show you, you were just there not too long ago, a few minutes ago. They were coming down this street, Klaipėda Skatva. Klaipėda Skatva. The Germans are coming from Klaipėda. That's Klaipėda, from German. Now, looking in their binoculars, what do they see in the distance? The Catholic Church, because that was the highest structure. You might be able to see it from here, but it may be blocked right now, but it's in that direction right now. So they're coming down here, and they're aiming their cannons as they're moving into Nomiestis. Now they weren't very accurate, and so a lot of these houses burned down because they had thatched roofs in those days. Does everyone understand that? Okay. And so the people then ended up camping in the shul and around the shul because they didn't have a roof over their head, and they were cooking. So what happened? The shul burned down, and this is what the shul looked like after it burnt down. This is during the First World War, so it wasn't bombed or anything. It burnt down because people were cooking here.
Careless.
And then it wasn't until my grandfather became the rabbi that he was able to raise funds to fix it up again. Now there's two other structures, the Klois and the base medrash. Now that was the Klois. The base medrash had burnt down years ago. So, no. This is actually like the shed for their storage. And so it was really in a burnt out state until 1925 when it was fixed up. And then it more recently started to deteriorate and fall apart. Now, I think we should go to the front of the house because then we'll see this area here and the houses across the street. Okay? Now, I'm not going to need this until we get back to... Okay, so...
And you don't want to tell about the story about
yes.
the house?
I absolutely want to tell the story. In my parents' so when I was here for the first time, the man who lived here invited me in, and we saw the interior, but it had nothing to do with the way it was in my parents' days because it was partitioned. And it was the back of the house was locked at that time. So we didn't see the back of the house. But the man said, that man, he's always drunk. Please claim the house and then I'll buy it from you so I can get rid of him. Then I come back and here's some pictures actually taken right here. This is my father and his sister standing in front of the, right there by the steps. You can see the steps in the background. They're standing in front of this window. And this is my stepmother and brothers and sisters of my father. They were all killed in the Holocaust. And they're on the steps. And those steps had a little railing at the time. Okay. This is Ethan in 1989 with me on the steps there. Okay. Now let's just turn around as long as we're here. Here, oh, here's another picture taken from the street. This is taken back in 1940, and he's blocking this area here, but this is these windows here, and those windows over there. And they're staying. This is my father's brothers and sisters. This is Yitzchak, and this is Shmuel, and this is Rivka, and this is a cousin. This is a picture I took in 2008, which looks pretty much like it is now. This is the house up the street, but we're not going to get to that because we're going to turn around and look across the street. Can we turn around because let me come out. Well, we can look from here. Here's my father. When I saw this picture, I never knew where this was taken. But when I came here for the first time, it's this house across the street. And this is a picture of me in 1995 in front of it. And this is in the winter. This is my cousin Laser and my Aunt Ethel. And this is the same house. If you look closely, you can see the slats. And the next house over, I don't think there was a house over here. The next house over was the Loppin house. That's this one here that seems to be a little underground. Now notice, when this picture is taken, you can see the church spire in the background. So if you move over a little bit, you should see the church spire. Let's see if I can. It's hard to see, but the church is straight back there. Which you can see in this picture a little better. See the church. This is taken back in the 37 because he was a year old, and this was taken in 95. You can barely see the church spire. The trees have grown a little too much, but you can see this. The church back there, really not cold. So let me tell you a little bit more about this house.
Then, that we wouldn't need to return, can we stand on the stairs and just make a photo of all
Like
of
the
you?
same
Okay, we're going to take a break here.
If you make a newer rendition of the
When we do that, then we should go out there and I can show them. Or maybe not. Maybe that's after we finish the story with the get started with this story.
Okay, so you could tell it on the book.
No,
Oh, no, it has to be
where?
And then we're going to go up the
Yeah.
street.
Yeah.
Because this is interesting, and I'm sorry I couldn't find the picture that I had prepared. Hey, everybody.
Okay, and then it's
Penny, come on. Adina, let's go. Okay. So I came back in 1991 with Shlomo, my brother, and the man up front, I introduced him, and he said, do you want to see the back of the house? The man happens to be in. So we said, sure, let's go in. And he introduced us to the man who was living in the back. And we went in, and he showed us some interesting things, like right over there were pulleys in the attic so that the roof could come up for the sukkah. You can't appreciate it from out here. Okay, so then we gave him, some cigarettes and stuff, and we looked around and we thanked him, and we left. I came back in 1992 with Jeremy,
of course, I went to the gentleman up front, who I got to know by now, and he says, you know, the man in the back died. I said, well, what happened? Well, after you and your brother were here, he was convinced that you guys were coming back for the hidden treasure that your grandfather had hidden somewhere in the house or under the house or around the house. So he started to dig. He dug in the house. He dug out of the house. He got a metal detector. He even got a backhoe to dig up because he was sure there was a treasure. Otherwise, he wouldn't have come back. You know, and Jews always have money, so I'm sure your grandfather, and that's why they came back. Anyway, after 6 weeks of digging, he died.
Good for him.
So then, for years, his tombstone, and I have a picture of that, would be leaning on the side. For years, they didn't put his tombstone up on the cemetery. Well, now it's gone because it's probably finally up in the cemetery. But for years, it just leaned against the side here.
So he dug his own grave.
Kind of.
Well, in a manner of speaking.
I think that's a good way to put it.
Now, let me see if I have another picture I wanted to show you here.
But were Bubby and Beatty like, were they wealthy or no?
Well, Beatty's father was a rabbi. He was the least likely to have any money, but my mother always felt maybe her father hid some stuff. But, you know, of course she didn't know. Now this picture was taken right over there. We can't appreciate it. Oh, it's open. Huh. This was taken standing right against that wall. What did you find? Treasure? The buried treasure. Find it now that the guy saw it. Can you see it?
Careful, Dad. You don't know how to walk. Wait, here.
So this was a cemetery.
Just be careful, because who knows what the
Can I go in?
Wait.
Just be careful. It's probably right above
Bastard file.
What's that?
It was, you know, it's been yeah, it was over here. You pointed out to me at the time, you know, this has been a while.
Look what I found. Dad,
This is mamash
a knife and a bastard file. Or a sharpener.
Wow, this is the place. Holy cow.
It's like a
I don't think you want to buy this.
house of horrors.
I think it's time to get out of here. I don't think I can find the treasure with all the junk and garbage here.
This woman that was living here must have been.
No, this is not a.
This is the man.
This is a drunken man.
I thought the woman had like a stroke or something.
Yeah,
That's
she's
a
in the
front
front
Where
of
the
the
house
house.
was split into two.
Did the split burn down? It smells.
No, Bubby's
It
house.
No, but it
This
smells
smells
like
like-
No, but it
there was a
smells like-
fire.
Be careful.
And it looks,
See? You see any mezuzah posts?
Back here.
Okay, where you guys going? Kira,
Yeah.
be careful.
this weird smell is too.
Oh, look at his axe.
What? What'd you?
This was a drunk guy who's really crazy, right? It looks like he has to be really crazy.
Kira, don't touch anything. Kira,
There's
Yeah?
an axe.
don't touch anything.
Come on. This is awesome, though. So, when you live inside of that house, does that mean that you live in both houses?
Well, they must have closed it off. You know,
Yeah, a couple of microwaves.
I wanted to point out two more things. This actually was when my aunt
and uncle got married, this picture was taken against the wall of a synagogue right here. They were standing here,
Yeah, one second. Uh-huh.
and they took a picture right in that area.
He drank until he killed himself.
He dug until
he killed himself digging.
Now, one more thing I want to show you back here. You see, before my uncle and aunt in 1938 decided to go back to America, remember he was an American, they took this picture, and I'll show you exactly where this picture was taken. This is a picture
Okay, 1 second.
because my aunt and uncle, this is my father, he was an American who was studying in Lithuania, and it was 1938, and with Hitler getting, nasty, he decided it's time to get out of here and to go back to America. And so they took this picture right here. There was a bench they put up here. This is the window, which obviously has gotten a little decrepit. And they were sitting here. This is the end of the house.
They're sitting on a
And
bench.
they're sitting on a bench. This is that window. And they took this picture. You see this?
And the siding's the same.
Well,
Yeah.
it was
Just
it
a little
was
bit.
inside of the house. It was with it. This picture was taken. I guess they're not interested over there.
Well, they're gonna watch the video, Dad.
Okay, I'll have to wait for the video.
All right,
Okay,
we gotta move
now
on.
we're going to go up to the street because there's a lot of interesting things.
I'm just trying to see
up
where
the
the
street.
sukkah was.
It was right here. I don't know where he got.
What is it for?
Well, there was three things. The Kohen, the Beis Medrash, and the main shul.
Pictures of my
What is it for?
A small shul because
Like a weekday
shul, right? Exactly. And it was too expensive to heat it in the winter, so they used the Beis Medrash and the Kohen. The Beis
But what
Medrash
about-
burnt down, and that was the Kohen.
What about the mikvah?
Daddy, that's for the
I
animals.
know, maybe Egla knows where the
The
mikvah.
mikvah was probably attached to the bathhouse.
Oh, really?
They made an outhouse. There was no indoor plumbing.
No. Oh, so Egla, which was the bathhouse? Hey, maybe we should get a picture with the shul in the background, even though it's somewhat.
saying? A danger. Keep back.
Oh yeah, there you can see the church very clearly that I was looking for. And that's the Loppin house. Say what it looked like the first years I was here. So, where is it? That was the bathhouse?
I don't know, but I'm thinking
Maybe you can get it from Rome. Actually, in 1929, they were putting a new roof on the shul. It lasted for quite a while, but then it started to leak, and now that's why. Something tells me we don't want to get killed here.
Watch it, watch it, watch it, watch it.
Oh my God.
Oh là là. Oh là là. Ačiū, ačiū. Okay. Sergei. O.
And
Ne, viskas gerai.
this is when they were re-roofing in 29, and this is a picture I took in the same spot. Yeah. And there was at one point there was a plaque. Eglet. At one point there was a plaque on the shul.
Yes, exactly what I wanted to say. That the plaque was on this particular corner, and where it is, I read first lesson made.
First time. Where it indicated, yeah.
You mean this building, this view is like this really?
Um,
It's that corner, it's that corner.
Yeah, on this corner.
Yeah.
From this angle.
So the whole Jewish neighborhood was around.
Now originally the windows were short, but the women's section was up above. When they made it like an auditorium, they extended the windows except for the last window, which remained short like it was up here. Wait, we want to go up because we want to see the Lifshitz house and the Berilovich house and the Kiddush cup. Very important.
How far are these houses?
No, just a few houses up. I want to point out, here, come here everybody. Why don't you get behind me so you can see that house over there. Oh wait. Oh boy. What I want to point out, hey, come here, come close here. Yeah, you see this house over here? The light one? That's this here. And this is this here. You see the pole?
Yeah.
And the dormers? And this was my father and his brothers and sisters and what the house looked like before. And notice
So whose house is
the
that?
electric. It was the next house. There was no house here. That's new. But that was the next house after their house was this house. And this is a picture they happened to take. This is Shmuel, Yitzchak, Rivka, my father, Ethel, my aunt. And this is what it became in 1995, and that's what it looks like today. Okay? Now, we're going to move up the street because there's a few more things that's very important here. The group is falling apart, but
We're with you, Uncle Ben.
There are three more things to see here,
Okay.
and then we will.
We're with you.
Are you guys okay?
It's okay, it's okay, it's okay.
Okay, there's three things to see. This house here, right there, the Lifshitz house. That's this house here. Now, the Lifshitz house, old man Lifshitz, come here, come on, you guys don't fall asleep. Old man Lifshitz, he was the grandfather of Uri Adar and Yisrael Kaganovich. Yisrael Kaganovich was here on the morning of the invasion, June 21st, when the Germans arrived. And first you heard flares and some rocket noise, and he had gone to a party the night before, and his grandparents, who lived here, came into his room, and all of a sudden he looks out the window and he sees a Russian truck. You see the Chazanta, that's her house. The Chazan had died, so she was renting her house out to Russian officers, which was customary, okay? And all of a sudden, a military truck comes up, pulls us women and children who were in their bedclothes, threw them into the back of the truck, and took off. Well, they knew there was something very bad going on, because the Russians, all of a sudden, the Germans had been attacking at the border. So his grandparents said, they gave him some money and said, run. He said, let's go. And they said, we're too old, you go. And then, obviously they were killed here in Neustadt, but he survived. He got to Russia, where he then joined the Russian army, and he came back and was a researcher at the institute. So now let's move on.
There's someone in that house who's looking at you.
Yeah, he bought the house of
No,
Kaganovich.
now. It was a lady who was looking at
So
you.
she has a right to look.
That's true.
So he was looking out the window when he saw this Russian truck pull up. What are these? Now, during the First World War, right near where we were by the Christian cemetery, there was a military base, and there were these laborers who were prisoners of war. Okay? So, when the war was over, obviously the Germans had to give up and leave. So they let all these prisoners out, including the slave laborers. And there was Jews among them, mostly Polish Jews. There was no Poland before the First World War. And the Jewish youth took in the Jewish laborers and soldiers who were POWs, because it wasn't so easy to repatriate and just go back to where they came from in those days. So the Jewish youth took care of them. Well, Lifshitz's daughter fell in love with one of the POWs, whose name was Adar. And old man Lifshitz, they said they wanted to get married, and old man Lifshitz said, no daughter of mine is going to marry any Polak over my dead body. And so they eloped and they went to Palestine, and Uri Adar was born on a kibbutz. He's 12 years my senior, and he's the one.
That Adina's leg.
That's right. When you were an infant, he was an orthopedic surgeon. Okay, move on to just two more things here. So bear with me. We're almost done with this area.
Ready for this back to the. Well, yeah, this is my fourth time here.
But you knew when you signed up for this
No,
trip.
no, no, I know.
You're on just for your enthusiasm, this is awesome.
Rah, rah. We're into extra credit.
Okay, come here, Henny, come here.
Якось не мотав.
Come here, come on, this is important. There's just two things. Can you guys bear with me, please?
Go.
Steven, come on up here.
Okay, I can fill them in on the bus.
Okay, only one Jewish family
There's a bee.
was able to get out on the morning of the invasion, because they were ready, the horses, the wagons were full, and they ended up in Russia, the Berilovich family. And they came back after the war. And in 1946, May 9th, which was the anniversary of the end of the Second World War, in the middle of the night, their house, the Barilovich house, was dynamited, and 4 of them were killed. We're going to be at the cemetery where they are buried, the 4, and then they went off. The rest went off to Vilna. You know, so they had a wire here and they detonated in the middle of the night and killed 4 people. That's the Barilovich family.
But I thought that you said they escaped to Russia.
Yeah, the year after the war is over, they came back and they were living here. The only Jewish family that was living here.
You just said they were all killed. Oh, were there more than 4 of them?
Except for the, no,
The whole family was living here, and 4 of them were, when they dynamited the house, 4 of them were killed.
Yeah, so there's more than 4
And they're buried around the corner, as you will see later. And now the final thing. When I was here the first time, 1988, Yisrael introduced me to some guy living, and I'm not sure which house here. And he had an ashtray, okay? Well, little did he know, because he didn't read Hebrew, that this was a Kiddush cup that was used in the shul, and was obviously looted when the Jews were killed. So he was using this as an ashtray. This is a Kiddush cup. It had a stem at one point, and you can read the Hebrew very clearly. For eternal remembrance, we the donation for Moshe the Cohen to the shul in the Holy Congregation of Neustadt in the year 1883. Wow. He had donated it to the shul and was used as a Kiddush cup when they made Kiddush. Okay? And so I said to him, how about $5 for this ashtray? Or they said, $5? Who'd pay $5 for a little old ashtray? And I said, that's okay. I gave him the $5. They gave me, this is something that belongs in a museum. This is the Kiddush cup from the shul from 1883.
And you have it.
And I have it.
Yeah.
It's in the safe.
Because the guy came out of the house and handed it to you. He saw that
No, it was inside the house. He had it sitting there. Apparently Yisrael knew about it. So he introduced me to the man. I went over to him. And I said, you know, what do you, how much for this? How about $5?
Did he get mad when you told him?
I never told him. He didn't know. He doesn't read Hebrew. He didn't know what in the world this is. He just thought it was some design. Watch him look at what? No. Do you have anything else?
No. I just wanted to explain more clearly. Basically, they lived here, and right at the beginning of the war, they left.
Are we going in a bus?
They met after the war.
Kur mes
If you want to go up there and practice with Hebrew writing, you're welcome.
I mean, fragments on the floor?
Are there stones there? No, they paved it, or was
No,
it?
they turned it into a empty lot, basically.
Well, let's go there. You guys...
Oh, just let me know what.
No, you can go with them because we can't go.
So what you're saying is that there were a lot of tombstones that were broken? Is that what that is trying to say?
Tombstones that we can read. None of them.
I don't see anything. It's totally different.
You're more likely to see bones here.
C'est quoi? Gerai, tai iš kitos pusės.
jie viskas daugiau ten vyksta, bet čia kapinių teritorija.
Mes filmuosim
O jis turi raginius akmenis? Darytų matysis.
Tas labai matysis laidas, nežinau.
Gali būti.
You know what, Uncle Dad? Show me your
Let's first.
Yeah, I see it.
You want to take this with you?
Biškėt eit.
I went in.
It's further in.
I'll show you where.
It's just, you know, they cleared it. Remember the last time we were here, how overgrown it was?
Jie eina ieškoti dabar šito savo senelio. Aš žinau tiksliai, kur ir Dalia žino kur, bet čia reikia paeiti, tai aš nežinau, ar jūs paeisit su kamera, nežinau.
I don't know, maybe go with them to my great-grandparents are buried over there. I had a picture up there. I'm not supposed to go in because we're a Kohen. You know what that is? So he and I aren't supposed to go in.
Okay, can I explain the Kohen? So in the old days of, like, in old Judaism, the Kohens were the high priests, and they had, like, kind of special privileges, and they blessed the community. And so there were 3 categories of Jewish people. There were the Israelites, who were like the common people. Those were the most common. Then there were the Levites, Levites, different words, Levites, and
from the tribe of Levi.
And they washed the Kohen's hands before they blessed. They assisted the
sang
Kohen.
songs in the temple.
Yeah, and then the Kohens are the high priests.
We're the
And
priests.
so and we are the descendants of them.
And there was 2 restrictions that are observed today by the Orthodox. One, a Kohen isn't supposed to go near a dead body or go inside a cemetery close to a dead body. The other restriction, they're not supposed to marry a woman who was divorcee. You can marry a widow, but not a divorcee. The third thing is, during the Jewish holidays, we bless the rest of the Israelites with a prayer to the Kohen.
And there's a special thing, and you have to take off your shoes before going on the bima. And the Levites wash your hands for you, and you have to like back onto the stage. You have to face the Aron HaKodesh at all times. So when you go onto the bima, you're like facing it, and then when you leave, you step like backwards. And then
when you do the actual blessing, you
turn the crowd,
and you put your hands up
like this, in the like, if you've ever seen that anywhere. And then you take the talit, which is like a Jewish ritual object.
Well, a prayer shawl.
Prayer shawl, sure. That works too.
So we're descendants of the Kohen, so that's a patrilineage. In other words, my father was a Kohen, so I'm a Kohen, my son is a Kohen, and his son is a Kohen.
And then my son will be a Kohen, and it's the lineage.
But like my sister is a daughter of a Kohen, so she doesn't have the restriction.
Yeah, she's a Bat Kohen.
Daughter of
What
a
it's
Kohen.
called, yeah.
Okay.
Just 1 minute to be ready. pasakysit?
Ką?
Kada jūs pasakysit, tada jau jos pradės, jos nori sukalbėti maldą čia.
Gerai. Dabar?
Okay, you can... One is...
Yeah, I know, I'm just saying, okay. Shir lama alos esa enai el ha'harim me'ayin yavo adri me'im Adonai esei shamayim va'aretz. Al yitein lamot raglecha al yonum shomerecha. Hine lo yonum v'lo yishan shomer Yisrael. Adonai shomrecha, Adonai tzilcha al yad yiminecha. Yomam hashemesh lo yatecha v'yareach balera. Adonai yishmercha mikol ra, yishmor es nafshecha. Adonai yishmor tzilcha v'yarecha me'ata v'yarecha. Shir ha'ma'alos u'ma'akim v'yasita Adonai. Adonai shema v'koli v'yena oznecha chashivot v'kol tatanunai. Im avonot tishmor ya Adonai mi avon. V'imcha hasilcha v'ma'at v'yorei. V'gliti Adonai tisa nafshi v'liborecha kolti. Nafshi l'Adonai mishomrim laboter shomrim laboter. Echel Yisrael el Adonai ki im Adonai machase v'arvei imot v'dud. V'hu yivdeh es Yisrael mikol Adonai.
Kaip?
Mes dabar tiesiog nueisim, jau mūsų gali nefilmuoti.
Ok, gerai, nueikit. Thank you. Don't smile.
Can tell something?
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so over there, those two tombstones are your great-great-grandmother and grandfather. They were buried here before they died. They died before revolution. Your great-grandmother and grandfather, they were killed a little earlier, and then that's where they went to the area. Because that was where they were killed. These two people, they just died at 95. I don't know how old they were, but they just died. So they bought a plot of land over here, and they were buried here, and that's where the tombstones are. So it's easy to that.
You can see that one and that one's smaller, but you can't see
Yeah,
that
well,
one.
because This one was not protected probably by the sun, but this one fell down a little, so it's probably protected a little bit by the sun.
That's going to be very exciting.
See how they're next to each other, and then there's like husband and wife usually, and they're like right like that. You can see how like someone put one here and one there, right? Some of these you can see like they're right next to each other. No, but when you bury somebody, you purchase a plot of land, and then you usually purchase one next to you for your spouse. That's typically how it's done.
شيء البستان.
It was leaning on the side, and this is, see, he died in 1991.
Okay, yeah.
I just couldn't find it at the time.
Hola.
The picture, because I used to see this picture when I was a child. I didn't know where it was. When I came to know Mr. the first time, I saw where it was, right across the street from my father's house. So I'm standing there, and this lady runs over to me, and and I was concentrating, and here, give me the picture, please. And she gave me this, which was a candlestick that was looted from a Jewish home. On Friday night, the women light the candles and ran away. And he explained to me, she was, because I didn't speak Lithuanian, but she just tugged on my shoulder and gave me this, and here I'm taking a video of him holding and explaining what was happening. So I wanted to show you that when we're standing here across the street on my father's house. And, let me see if I think I have everything that we covered so far. This, I forgot to mention about the loot of the father and son that got into an art. We never passed that.
Where?
Are we going to?
No, then, because we were already there. So
Okay, just down the street from where we stopped to go up to the cemetery, there was a house, and they decided to put in a garage. And so when they were digging, they found some buried treasure that the Jewish person who lived there left. But the father and son got into an argument about how to divide up the loot. So the police found out about it, and they confiscated it. And they brought it to the museum in Shaluta. So when I was there in 1991, they showed us what it was. And these are Kiddush cups that, Jewish people use to make the Kiddush on Friday night under Shabbat. That's, these are marked because it's a museum, they had cataloged all the items that they found.
And it is from your house?
No, for the house, we was parked over there a little bit further in, but we didn't stop. We went the other way, so we didn't see it. But that's the story.
It didn't say or anything. It doesn't have any Jewish markings. But my wife on Friday night life every Friday night was her regular channel that she does when she starts the Shabbat. So I have
To the holy Kehillah Neustadt, the Jewish community, the holy community, Jewish community of Neustadt, Ayadei Taber Lita. This is actually when they first put this up, way back. Harming the Jews, but these people are here who risk their lives or their family lives to help Jews during that time.
Šiandien mes susirinkome, kad paminėtumėm šeimas ir paminėtumėm tuos lietuvius, kurie gelbėjo žydus, nepaisant to, kad daugelis lietuvių galbūt buvo provokiškos orientacijos dėl savaime suprantamų priežasčių ir siekio nepriklausomybės, bet buvo lietuvių, kurie nepaisant pavojaus nei savo gyvybei, nei savo grėsmės savo šeimoms, jie rinkosi gelbėti ir ištiesti pagalbos ranką žydų tautybės asmenims.
And I'd like to introduce my family, and especially brought the next generation so that they too will know what transpired here and how righteous some Lithuanians were.
Benas, kaip žinot, jau atvažiuoja ne pirmus metus į Lietuvą ir jo fondo veiklą, bet Benas visą laiką atsiveža savo šeimos narius ir jo tikslas buvo šios kelionės irgi atsivežti dar sekančią kartą, kad galėtų supažindinti su jų pačių šaknimis, su istorija, bet ir su teisuolių darbais, kurie buvo padaryti ir slepiant ir gelbstant žydus. Ir jis norėtų pirmiausia pristatyti savo šeimą, kurią atsivežė šį kartą.
Before I introduce, so we want to interview people who were alive at that time and who remember some of the events of those days. So.
Ir mes norėjome užfiksuoti tą, kad liktų prisiminimui dar su tais žmonėmis, ar kurių tėvai gelbėjo žydus ir perduoti tą informaciją, tą žinias savo anūkams.
as we all know, as time goes on, there are fewer and fewer people who are still alive who were alive at the time of those events. And we don't want to forget the good deeds that were
Laikas eina ir lieka vis mažiau ir mažiau žmonių, kurie ne tik tais gelbėjo, ne tik tais kurių dar gyvi vaikai, bet ir kartu su jais iškeliauja tie prisiminimai, todėl mes norim užfiksuoti ne tik tais tuos prisiminimus, bet ir tuos gerus darbus, kurie buvo padaryti.
And so this is my grandson.
Čia yra mano anūkas.
And my granddaughter.
Ir mano anūkė.
And next to it is her father.
Ir šalia jos yra jos tėtis, jo dukters Danielos vyras, Stevenas.
And his father is here, and that's my sister Henny. And her
Čia mano
daughter.
sesuo Henny, kuri atvyksta pirmą kartą į Lietuvą, ir šalia jos yra jos duktė, tai yra Beno dukterėčia Adina, kuri irgi pirmą kartą Lietuvoje. O Džeikas yra, jo tikras, reiškia, vardas yra Jakov Moshe, kuris yra pavadintas pagal Beno senelį, reiškia, pagal tradiciją. Ir jis yra Įtamo sūnus, kurį daugelis jau pažįsta, irgi kuris buvo ne kartą Lietuvoje.
Now, I want to remember Eudalus Runders, who was instrumental in helping me and who was very interested in those righteous Lithuanians who risked their lives. And Stefa, who was his caretaker, has been exceptionally helpful in providing us with information and helping us distribute Christmas messages and some supplements to the pension.
Aš noriu tą progą taip pat prisiminti mūsų brangų draugą Judelį Ronderį, kuris visus tos metus kaip ir vadovavo ar tiesiog prisėmė šitą atsakomybę būti tarpininku čia Lietuvoje, Beno, ir rinko ir pats tyrė tą medžiagą susijusią su žydų gelbėjimu ir gelbėtojais. Ir noriu pristatyti jūs, ponia Stefa, šeimai, kuri ne tik tai surūpinosi ponu Ronderiu, bet kartu ir gelbėjo visuose tose darbuose ir kartu su informacija, ir kartu paskleidžiant, sakysim, ir kalėdinius sveikinimus, ir tai, kas buvo siųsta per Beno įkurtą fondą.
Well, I was very pleasantly surprised. I was very pleasantly surprised that this gentleman came from Vilkaviškis, and when I turned 60, 15 years ago, I just had my 75th birthday on Friday. On my birthday, when I turned 60 in 2003, the whole city or town of Vilkaviškis, those people who risked their lives, gave me a party that you wouldn't believe. That was more like a wedding party.
Sako, aš noriu pristatyti poną Algimantą, kadangi buvusi Vilkaviškio merą, kadangi prieš 15 metų, kai aš buvau Lietuvoje ir mes nuvykome, jie surengė mano 60-mečio, reiškia, vakarėlį, kuris buvo labiau panašus į vestuves negu į gimtadienio šventę, nes susirinko apie 50 žmonių ir tai buvo tikrai labai didelė šventė.
So let's see. We want to obviously interview and ask questions. So let's see how we start. Maybe we should start with this gentleman here. Mm-hmm. You know, and I don't even know his name, but you write it down so I can make my notes.
I just want to introduce your family. There's Vitalia, about whose family and Brony and Adomas Gecevičius we have heard the last 2 days, yes. So she's the elder daughter, and she will tell the story herself. And we have Mrs. Mone, who also, ponia Mone, jūs pati gelbėjot, ar prisidėjot, jūs buvot maža mergaitė, kuri padėjo savo tėvams, ar ne? She is a witness because she was a little girl who helped her parents, you know, with supply the food for the Jewish families they saved. So she is really remembering. And Mrs. Marite, who is next to her, her parents saved Jews and helped Jews in the wartime. So So they shortly will tell their story themselves. Okay, I just want you to know who is who. Yes.
Okay, so.
But we will start with the gentleman, former Vilkaviškis mayor, and he will tell the story because his parents also saved Jews. He wasn't just who organized the party. Yes.
Yeah.
Galėtumėt jūs tada papasakoti šiek tiek, ką jūs prisimenat, ką jų tėvai pasakojo, kokia buvo ta visa istorija, kad jie galėtų paskui užduoti kažkokius klausimus. Ir kai jūs norėsit parodyti ten ar kokią nuotrauką, mes tada su operatorium gal jisai prieis ar kas.
Išgelbėta yra mano tėvelio laidotuvės. Noriu fotografuoti daugiau tokių nuotraukų. Buvo dar viena, bet
So he don't have a lot of photos, but one moteris, žydė moteris. So one Jewish woman whom they saved, she was participating even in his father's funeral. So he has this photo, but otherwise he doesn't have so many photos.
Tuos laikus aš šiek tiek prisimenu jau taip 44, jau taip gal 3 pabaigą, už tai, kad man buvo jau 6 metai, tai aš taip jau prisimenu.
Jūs taip, jeigu aš atsiprašau, kad pertrauksiu, bet man visą laiką reikės versti, tai kad tiesa nebūtų per daug, nes aš kad paskui
taip suprantu, kad
So he already recalls just, this situation when he was already about 6.5 years old. So it means about 43, 44. We are speaking about these years.
What year was he born?
Kada jūs gimėte? 38. 1938. He was born 1938. So he was quite little when the war had started. Yes.
So
he also is born in June, so June 13th, he became 18. Su gimimo diena, su gimtadieniu. Jis irgi nori savo pasakyti, jis stengiasi lietuviškai su gimimo diena.
Ačiū. Aš kai vaikas gal to nepajutau tos atmosferos, to laiko, kai vyko to žudynės ir tie gelbėjimai. Žmonės buvo labai įsitempę, visi tie, kurie dalyvavo. Aš tai noriu pasakyti, kad mano tėvas kaimo mokytojas.
He can just tell that he, as a child, he can't reflect this all desperacy and all this fear and what was going on really, because as a child he didn't really realize what is going on about these killings, about saving, about war. His father was a teacher, a village teacher.
Ir kadangi jis buvo jau, kaip sako, daug metų ten mokytojavo vietoje ir jis pažinojo daug kitų mokytojų ir tų, tie, kurie net buvo baigę Veiverių seminariją, kadangi jis buvo baigęs. Tai buvo suorganizuotas vadinamas toksai kaimo mokytojų tinklas. Aš visų nežinau, bet aš tik tai 3 pavardes prisimenu. Tai žinoma, tame tarpe mano tėvelis ir Vasiliauskas ir Višniauskas. 3. Bet buvo jų, žinau, kad buvo ir daugiau. Ir tada, jeigu jau kyla kokia nors pavojus, tai vieni veža iš vienų, veža pas kitus, kokio tai būtų pergabena.
So, because he was a teacher and he still had not just colleagues with whom he worked with, but also the student colleagues with whom he studied in the teacher seminary, so they created some kind of network of the teachers who also were disgusted with what is going on, and of course wanted to keep these human values around. So they knew each other, and if they felt that, you know, something suspicious is going around and they are feeling that some danger could be, you know, for these families and people whom they helped, you know, in their home, they just secretly would transfer to the other place, you know, to this other teacher family, and so around. He himself knows that it was a network broader, but he remembers just two colleagues of the father.
Ilgiausia pas mus buvo slepiama dviejų žmonių asmenų šeima Lavitai ar Levitai, negaliu tiksliai pasakyti Lavitai.
So therefore, you know, these other teachers who saved the other people, you know, so they could transfer to his parents' home, and they stayed for a while, for a week or for a shorter period. But longest time, they saved one family, 2 persons, a family of Levitai.
Čia vat yra jinai mano tėvelio laidotuvėse Lavitinėje atvažiavo.
This one. Jinai yra Levitienė.
Lavitinė, paskui jinai kažkaip buvo ištekėjus pavardę, buvo tai kažkokia
So she is Levitienė. His father. So she came to, you know, to honor, yes.
Do you want to get a close-up shot?
Yeah, I got.
Can you do it from there, or do you want to take the
Buvo Lavitai, tai buvo ilgiausia.
Can you show?
O kur slėpė paprastai, kur slėpė?
Slėpė buvo toksai, mes gyvenom tokiam įdomiam name. Toks jisai buvęs, ten mokykla buvo ir gana daug patalpų buvo jame. Lygiai, kadangi ten buvo savo laiku ne tos paskirties, bet caro laikais buvo tų vadinamų prieš sienos prie Kybartų, netoli buvo pasienio ten tų trikinkių, pašto ar kitokių tokia namai, kad ten daug patalpų buvo. Tai buvo toks flygelis į tokios, krūmai mes vadinam karklynas. Tai buvo vienas toks kambarys ir tenai jie slėpėsi tam kambarį ir aš, kai vaikas vieną kartą kažkaip staigiai į tą kambarį įėjau ir iš kampe lova buvo, taip gerai prisimenu, ir buvo iki žemės nuleista užtiesalas ir kada aš įbėgau, matyt, duris dariau, iš tos palono išlindo josios vyras, Lavitas. Ir man vaikui buvo labai, kaip tokie dideli žmonės ir lenda po lovą. Kodėl?
So he told the situation that, as I told, his father was a village teacher, but this place where they lived, it was close to the border, to Lithuanian border in the southwest. So, and the school was in the building, which wasn't really a school building. It wasn't built for school. As a matter, it was as a former manor. And there was a lot of these, how to say, not storages, but I mean these additional buildings, you know, around the manor. So where, you know, helpers lived and so on. And then it was made as a village school in wartime. So, and because it was, and also school, and also, you know, apartments for the teachers, or his family lived, so there were additional rooms all around. So in this particular building, which was, you know, like going, like side building, yes, where already, you know, this private sphere, not for the school children, not for the teachers. So they found a room where they placed them, and he remembers as a child, it was a room, and in one corner of the room was standing the bed. And because he was playing and going around in these corridors, so he remembers this situation when he just suddenly you know, opened the door of this room, and then from the bed, I mean, because it was covered with the linen, yes, no, with the bed linen, yes, till the ground, till the floor, that nobody, you know, would see what is under the bed. So
They were hiding under the bed.
yes, and it appeared, you know, the head of this man of who they saved. So, but I mean, these two grown-up people, yes, man, husband and wife, yes. So, and this husband looked, you know, who more or less entered through the doors so suddenly, and he himself thought, okay, grown-up person just hide, more or less playing hiding, you know, here. So, isn't he too big already to play this, you know?
Toliau pas mus buvo, slapstėsi, čia va, josios yra adresas Bela Uknicki, Brak Izraelį čia kažkur, Svidvešin. Jinai adresas čia iš Žydų muziejaus užklausimą jai davė, kadangi reikėjo dėl apdovanojimo, kad būtų liudytojų. Ne tik tai tas buvo, bet tai jie kreipėsi va šitos.
Then Jewish Museum in Vilnius, who are also collecting all these materials about righteous, so they addressed this lady because for a while she also, Mrs. Uknicki, hid it in his parents' place. So she witnessed that she really stayed for a while in his parents' home, and she. Ar ji dar gyva, ar jūs nežinote?
Jau man atrodo, kad jinai turbūt josios nėra gyvos.
She had passed away already, but I mean she at that time was living in Bnei Brak, and she witnessed really that.
Jinai buvo iš Virbalio, josios šeima, josios mergautinė pavardė Mirbachaitė, Mirbachaitė, ir jinai buvo, kada pas mus jinai buvo antro kurso Vytauto didžiojo universiteto Kaune tuo metu lituanistikos specialistė.
This Mrs. Uknicki, who was at that time Mirbach, I think the maiden name Mirbach, so she was coming from the same places around, you know, I mean her parents was from these places, but when the Second World War broke up and she was studying in Kaunas, as a matter of fact, in Kaunas University. She was a second course student for Lituanistics. I mean, she studied Lithuanian language and literature here.
Ir vieną, aš susitikti nepavyko, nors aš buvau Izraely, mes bandėm susitikti su jėje. Tuo laiku jinai dar buvo gyva, bet skambinomės ten 3 kartus ar kelis kartus, nieks kažkodėl neatsiliepė. Buvo telefoną, mes jos turėjom visą.
So he was in Israel one time when the award was granted, and they tried to re-establish contact with her, but somehow it didn't work out. Jūs tada buvote Yad Vashem, ar ne? Izraely, kai buvote?
Jo, buvom tada mes.
Dėl apdovanojimo jūs tada buvote Yad Vashem, ar ne?
Ne, dėl apdovanojimo mes buvom kaip pažintinė ekskursija buvom, bet pasinaudom tuo, kad aplankėm tada.
No, they were just on visiting Israel. Gal tada, ponia Algi, jeigu jie dabar turės dar klausimų, ir tada mes, nu, va taip pat ratu gal truputėlį.
By the way, I wanted to say about Stefa. Stefa's grandparents.
Which one is Stefa?
Stefa is Stefa. She's the one who took care of Yudalus.
Oh.
And her grandmother in Jagar was involved in saving Jewish people during the Holocaust. Obviously, it was her grandmother, so she doesn't. In fact, her grandmother sent me an amber necklace for my mother many years ago.
Čia tik norėjau išvesti, kad jūs ne tik tai prižiūrėjot ir gelbėjot dėl fondo reikalų, bet kad reiškia ir jūsų seneliai pačios gelbėjo žydus. Taip, ir kad jūsų močiutė nusintė jo mamai, reiškia, šitą gintarinius karolius tenai.
Jo. Nes iš tikrųjų ta istorija tokia, kad mano babytė tą žydelį, kurį gelbėjo, jie buvo įsimylėję vienas kitą.
So the story was that her grandma, who saved this Jewish man, she was in love with this Jewish man.
Ir tai išėjo, praėjo frontą, ir tai sako, aš išeinu į frontą, aš keršyt, bet aš grįšiu bet kaip pas tave. Ir jinai visą gyvenimą laukė, aišku, ištekėjo, turėjo vyrą. Ir kai pirmą kartą iš pono Beno atėjo laiškas sveikinimas, tą naktį jinai mano seserį išsiuntė į Kauną, 5 valandas reikėjo važiuoti, jinai galvojo, kad iš jo atėjo laiškas. Po tiek metų ir mes kai išvertėm, tai iš tikrųjų nuliūdė. Ir paskui sumastė, kad vis dėlto tai yra žydas, ir jinai atminimui siunčia jo mamai savo šimtametį
So
karolių.
she just wanted to explain the story of this necklace, you know. So, as I mentioned already, that she was in love with this man, and when already the Soviet front, I mean the Soviet army, you know, passed Lithuania and moved on, yes. So this Jewish man decided just to join the army, Soviet army, and how to say, to go for revenge or to go, you know, to fight fascists. But he promised absolutely that he will be back, because it seems he also sympathized with her grandmother. So she always kept these feelings, you know, in all her life, even if she, you know, got married and had family and so on. And when Ben's first letter came, you know, and she got in contact, I mean, with Ben, her grandmother saw that this is a letter after all these years from this man. And from Žagarė, which is in the north of Lithuania, she went all the way to Kaunas in 5 hours that this letter would be translated, and she got so disappointed when she learned that it is completely different man. But this grandma then decided, you know, for herself, because it is, you know, because of these former feelings, because of all these sentiments, she will send this necklace to his mother.
Tai dar toks gyvenimo paradoksas, kad 34 kažkur metus su Rodžeriu bendros turėjom tą bendrystę. Ir mano sūnus vežė Marčią su manim susipažinti, ir jie prie 9 forto sustoja ir jie sako, tu žinai, yra toks dėdukas, jis yra žydas. Jis sako, mano dėdukas irgi žydas. Sako, jisai Judelis Rodžeris, o mano dėdukas Judelis Aleksandras. Įsivaizduoju, tinka tik kirčiai jo vieno pavardė, ir taip mano anūkas turi žydiško kraujo ir mano Marcija turi žydiško kraujo. Taip kad vis tiek ta linija kažkur ištęsiasi.
So, and then she just wanted another little personal story, that she has the connection with Jewish people, not just via Ben, you know, and via grandmother, but then her son wanted to introduce his girlfriend and future wife, so he wanted to prepare a little bit this girl where they are living. I mean, because at that time they were already taking care of Judel Ronde, and wanted to introduce a little bit because this was already for 34 years when they were in contact. And then they stopped just by 9 Fort, just make a rest stop, and then he told that, you know, my mother is looking after an elderly man who is Judel Ronde, and then this girl admitting, but my grandpa is also Judel, and so.
He was Jewish?
Oh, he was Jewish, not that.
No, not the same one, but I mean,
She
so
admitted, you mean, that she was half Jewish?
Yeah.
Okay, I think we can ask the young lady who we're going to talk to. What's her name?
I will write you down the full names afterwards, because I also know just the first names for the moment. Tai, ponia Monė, jeigu jūs galėtumėte tada papasakoti savo istoriją trumpai.
Aš esu kaime gyvenu. Ir kaime yra vyriškis su tėvukais tuo laiku. Pas mumi yra miestelis Butrimonis. Ir iš to Butrimonio mama pažinojo žydų tokių, vienu šeimą. Ir pas mumi vieną gražią dieną naktį jos atkeliavo keturiese.
Tai ta pati šeima, kuri pažinojo, ar ne?
Taip. 2 dukrus, žentas ir mama. Ir naktį jie kaip atėjo, apgyvendino mamą su tėčiu, klojime šienę padarė kažkokį tai. Jie ten.
Aš tada išversiu. So she is coming also from the south of Lithuania. And they lived in the village as, you know, Lithuanian farmers, but they had contacts in the shtetl, and the closest shtetl to their village was Butrimans in Yiddish. And so, of course, she was also a child, a girl, and she just recalls that at night time, this family whom they were in contact and knew best, you know, from this shtetl in Butrimans, so they just knocked on the door one night, and these were 4 persons. So it was a mother with 2 daughters and a son-in-law. So, and of course they accepted them and decided to help and what to do, because they had a house, of course they had a stable, they had a storage house, and all, you know, what is around. So in these stables where they kept the hay, you know, and the hay would be, you know, so they would dig, you know, in the hay and would cover everything and make the space in this hay.
Hideaway.
Yeah, hideaway.
Nu, jie, reiškia, šitam šiandien būdavo, vakarais mama atveždavo jos į namus pasitraukti. Bet mes buvom labai tokie neturtingi, bet vis tiek mama laikė ties to tėvo, reiškia. Jie buvo pas mus, visi 4 buvo per visą žiemą.
Tai 41 metų žiemą.
Taip, turbūt, aš nežinau.
Taip. So because as a child, of course, she can't recall, you know, the exact days, but, you know, then now she is recollecting all this, you know, chronology of the events. So it had to be the autumn of 1941. And so they escaped from, you know, from ghetto and murdering, you know, these actions. So, and she told that every evening, or no, in the evenings, they would bring them to the home, to the house where they were living, you know, just, you know, to get food and to wash themselves. And she told my parents were not, you know, living luxury. We were not, rather we were poor, but nevertheless, you know, they were kept, and they stayed with them the entire winter. So it means till 1942 spring.
Pas mama pavasarį Kaune gyveno mano mamos sesuo. Ir mama važinėdavo į Kauną. Pavasarį atsivežė mergaitę 6 metukų. Čia pas mane yra jos pavardė.
So,
her
mother's sister was living in Kovno here, and, you know, they kept contact because she was going there. And when in 1942, having already this family at home, she went to her sister. She took back with her to the village another girl from Kovno Ghetto who was 6 years old. She has a name and this, all the story.
Majos motina, Timermanienė. Tai kurį atvežė? Majos mergautinė, bet Timermanaitė.
Čia Maja tai ir buvo pas mus.
Maja buvo.
Maya, her name was Maya.
Motina,
Ir kaip ta mergaitė mama atsivežė, jinai 6 metukų, mes su ją lakstėm, žaidėm, o tie visą
O kuris buvo tada, kiek jų metų?
Man buvo 8 turbūt. Jai buvo 6, aš žinau, kad aš vyresnė buvau.
So, in 1942 she was 8 and the girl was 6, so they just played together, they just, you know. O kaip jūs susikalbėdavote, ar jie kalbėjo lietuviškai?
Lietuviškai.
So the girl could manage Lithuanian, she spoke Lithuanian, this from Kovno Ghetto. So they weren't afraid.
And how long did they stay, this family stay with?
O ta šeima, reiškia, pergyvenus visą žiemą, toliau jie gyveno kartu?
Jie įsigando, kaip mama nuvedė tą mergaitę pas juos pasikalbėti. Jie, kaip sužinojo, kad mergaitė tai laksto laisvai žaidžia, jie pabijojo ir jie išėjo tą visą šeimą iš mūsų. O mergaitė taip įvyko. Ir su manim, žaisdavom, mama laikė ją. Paskui po kiek laiko, praėjo koks laikas, kažkas paskundė. Mama sakė, kad mano, reiškia, mamos sesers dukros dukra. O jie ten pradėjo kalbėti kaimynė, ne tik kaimynė, bet mamos poškinė sako, ką tu čia meluoji mano mamos.
Aš išversiu, kad nieko nesusimaišyčiau. So about this family, when I told that they stayed till 1942 spring, so what happened with them? Yes, so she explained, because when her mother came back with this little girl, she took this girl to this family just that they could communicate and, just could have some company. So, but this perhaps wasn't the right decision, because they learned, this family, they would nevertheless learn, because they would come to the house, every evening. So they decided to leave the parents, because they thought that this girl is walking freely, and the neighbors, yes, and the neighbors would observe, and perhaps somebody would get suspicious, and perhaps somebody will tell to the authorities or Nazis, and then they will be in bigger danger than they rather safe. So they decided to leave and to look for the other shelter. But the girl was staying with them until also the neighbors started, to suspect. Her mother, of course, wanted to, in all ways, to protect. And of course, we're putting these lie stories that, it is the granddaughter of her sister, which is brought from Kovno, and of course you couldn't know her because she never, visited us, and now it is wartime and it is better to be in the village. But of course they told, they started to speak. Rumors were started already to spread around. And also even her mother-in-law, her mother's mother-in-law told, what lies you're putting here, what stories why you're putting your family into danger. Ir tada
mamos uošvienė netoli gyveno, o mama visiems pasakė, kad jinai yra, mamos sesers dukrus dukra.
Taip, aš žinau.
O uošvienė sako, ką tu čia meluoji, sako, kad jinai grina žydelkutė, panašiai žydelkutė, bet jin graži buvo mergaitė, plaukutai garbanuoti tikrai graži. Ir vis tiek nuėjo tos gandus, pradėjo matyti šnekėti kaime. Tai nežinau, kaip ten buvo, po kiek laiko atėjo seniūnas pas mumį, įsikvietė mano tėvuką ir sako, turiu žinių, kad pas jum yra žydelkutė.
So she tried to convince, of course, her mother-in-law, but she at least kept silent, but didn't believe, because she told, you don't need, to know a lot. Just look at her, and you're understanding who is who. But of course, these rumors, around in the village, in the next neighborhood, started to spread out. And after a while, of course, she can't tell the dates, because she, as a child, she is not so well orientated in these dates at that time. So the elderly of the village came to her father just for a talk and told, I have information that you are hiding a Jewish girl in your home.
Ir jis taip gražiai tėvukui pasakė, kad čia bus blogai ne tik tai jum, bet ir man tas pats, nes jau man žinias yra, man pranešta. Jis sako, nelaikykit, kad dieną nelakstytų, kad nematytų kaimynai. O kur ją padės 6 metukų mergaitė? Mama prašė ten pas kaimynus, tokia tolima giminė, prašė, kad pabūtų, o dienom atvestų į kartų, aš sakau, ne iš toli. Tai aš vasarą buvo, atsimenu, dienos, kada geros, gražius, nuvesdavau šią į rūdžius, jį pasodindavau. Ir jinai sėdi tose rūdžiuose, man juos gaila, kad ten sėdi, atsimenu, kaip šiandien tam. Tai aš pabūnu namuose ir aš bėgu pas ją. O mama sako, kad negerai, kad tu lakstai, pamatys, kas nauja bus blogai.
So, but this elderly just, came, as I told, for a talk, because he told it is not bad for you. You are not putting just danger, for your family, but it is also not good for me, because I have to take action already now. I have to react somehow, because the information are coming already not from one source. I have to do something, to announce higher, or, to do something. So he advised him, you have to hide her somewhere, or you have, to transfer somewhere else. But, this girl has to get out of the picture, in the village, because otherwise we don't know how these other neighbors will react and whom they announce, further. So but what to do with this 6-year-old girl? So they decided that perhaps to address very far relatives who were living not in the close neighborhood, that they could take her, for a day in the morning, she would stay there in the far village, and then to come back, in the evenings. So, but then these neighbors refused to take her, even for just to stay in a daytime. So then what they found, because it was still summer, nice summer days, so in the morning she herself was ordered to take this girl to the fields, where the grass and grains are growing, and it is, how to say, high enough, so they would make a space to sit her down and would leave. She told us, today I remember, that, we played together, so I was, how I'm leaving now this girl there. So I would come home and then would think what she is doing and then run away again to look after her. Is that everything okay? Is she still there, Is she need something? And then come back and then again, and then mother told, you have to stop because, we are hiding her from the yard, that, she wouldn't be playing in the yard and would be seen in the yard. And now you are, doing again this move back and forward. So again we will be suspected.
How long did they have her until then?
Ir tada vasara ėjo jau į pabaigą ir
vasara ėjo, kada oras geras būdavo, sakau, kur nors, tai taip išeidavom, kad būtų nekiemė lakstytų. Tai klujime žaisdavom, tai jau kur nors taip jau mes abi su ją lakstėm, kadangi man buvo gaila, jinai 6 metukų vaikas be mamos. Liko jinai gyva,
Taip pat su jūsų šeima jie visą karą praslapstė. So yes, they changed this, then they played in the stables, closed, not showing themselves in the yard. They would go to the forest. I mean that, not just to be around that the neighbors would see her, but she was till the end of the war with them. Yes, because because for her it was, she felt this pity. She was 2 years elder and she felt that this is younger girl and still without mother, so this connection was quite tight.
Right. What papers do you have there?
Jinai nori dar pasakyti, kad visą laiką bendravo ir palaikė ryšius, kur jinai Vilniuje gyveno.
And then after the war, this girl moved to Vilnius. I mean, she was taken most probably by somebody, but this connection was carried, with this girl till the end of her life. Šita mergaitė jau mirusi yra. She passed away, yes, already. So.
But wait,
she lived in Vilnius.
Even recently? I mean, how long ago did she die?
Kada jinai mirė šitą mergaitę matėm?
This is her phone.
Jau yra kiek metų?
About 10 years ago.
Monika, čia jo, aš kurias
Now, Jay, do you have any questions?
No, I have questions on here.
He went to that too.
Oh, she already answered where they hid the issue in the house.
Well, he explained, in different places.
So were you aware of the risks of hiding a Jew? Were you ever scared?
Ar jūs kaip mergaitė supratot, reiškia, tą pavojų, ar jūs jautėt įtampą iš tėvų?
Aš žinojau, kaip ir ta šeima buvo. Tos 2 dukrus, tai žinau į vardą, viena Cilė, kita Ryva buvo. Ir paskui po to viso, po karo, po visko, čia kaip užėjo, reiškia, jau rusai, tai mama dar bendravo su ta šeima, turbūt ir Munysė, o su Maja, kur Vilniuje gyveno, tai ir mama jos liko gyva, ir jinai, tai net buvo, mano mama buvo paguldžiusi į ligoninę Vilniuje. Bendravom visą laiką, bendravom, kol buvo Maja gyva.
Taip, bet kai slėpėt, ar jūs jautėt tėvų, tokį rūpestį, įtampą, kad jie bijo kažko, ar jūs pati jautėt kažkokią baimę?
Aš dar vaikas buvau, nelabai ką bijau, bet kad jinai žiedelkutė, tai šitą žinojau.
Of course, as a child, I didn't have this feeling of fear, but I was very well aware who these people are, and the names, and this feeling at home. She couldn't describe that, she would feel this desperation of the parents, just because she was a child. But she told that this family got in contact after the war, so this family, even when they left their home, they survived. And this girl was taken by her mother. The mother survived Kovno ghetto.
They remained living in Vilna. They never went to Israel or to America.
No. And even the mother of the girl, of this Maya, yes. So she even helped her mother when she was ill, so to put her to the hospital in Vilnius. So it means they resided in Vilnius and established themselves in Vilnius after the war.
And does the survivor who passed away, does she have any children?
O Maja, ar turėjo vaikų, turėjo šeimą? O jie dar gyvena Lietuvoje, ar jau...
Vilniuje gyveno, jinai visą laiką.
Ne, o jos vaikai jau...
Vaikai Vilniuje gyveno.
So they still living in Vilnius?
Dvi mergaitės turi.
So this Maja has two girls. O jūs žinot juos, ar jau nutrūko tas kontaktas po jos?
Buvo, kaip mirė ir nutrūko.
Vaikai jau
nutrūko.
Yes, after she passed away, the connection was just lost.
Was she recognizing Yad Vashem? That's what
Well, she would know.
O bet Yad Vasheme jūsų tėvai nebuvo apdovanoti, tik tais Lietuvos gelbėjimo kryžiumi.
Kas tokia?
No, it is just Lithuanian award.
Wait a second.
Prezidentė apdovanojo.
So it is not just parents awarded in Lithuania for the saving Jews, but also she herself.
Monica?
Mother.
But I don't know why Yad Vashem
Monica.
didn't take a case. Most probably they need witnesses, and it was taken too late, perhaps. Her parents saved Jews. She also was a little bit. O ponia Marytė, galbūt jūs dabar tada galėtumėt trumpai kažką papasakoti irgi?
Marytė turi daug.
Ai, daug? She has a lot to tell.
Mes pirmiausia, tai prasidėjo mūsų pažintis ir visa istorija per poną Rondelį. Rondelis atvažiuodavo, nes jo žmona buvo ten iš mano krašto.
O kuris tas kraštas?
Simnas, Alytaus rajone. Ir jisai ten, mes galėjom būti daug metų pažįstami, bet likimas taip nelėmė. O Izraelyje, kaip viešėjo Rondelis Izraelyje, jis ten susitiko su Lietuvos išeiviais žydais. Ir mūsų močiutės išgelbėtasis, tas Abelis Gekenas, buvo Lietuvos žydų draugijos pirmininkas. Ir Rondelis, kai ten bendravo, jis jo paklausė, o kaip tu išlikai, kaip tu pavyko. Ir jis papasakojo tą visą istoriją, kaip jis čia išliko viską. Ir Rondelis ieškojo tos šeimos, mano būtent mamos, o mamos pavardė jau vyriška. Ir kokią porą metų nesusijėjo ryšiai. O mes kaip vaikai, ten mano dėdės, mūsų šeima. Ir tą istoriją buvom girdėję, kad tai karo metais, slėpėsi žydeliai, kad ten viską. Mes tik girdėjome, bet jokių ryšių ir mano dėdės, taip pat mano mama, galvojo, jie neišliko gyvi. Jeigu, nei laiško, nei jokių žinių. Ir būdavo, pakalba ir visi čia. Ir pono Rondelio dėka mes atgaivinom visus ryšius ir viską susipažinom visi. Ir mūsų išgelbėtas Abelis Gekenas, jis yra parašęs daug knygų ir viską aprašęs knygose. Ir sakau,
jeigu galėtumėt padaryti pauzę, nežinau, gyvuonės, aš girdžiu pirmą kartą istoriją.
Per Rondelį, kad aš susipažinom su jais.
So, first of all, her grandparents saved Jews, and one of them was Abelis Gevin. So, and he wrote quite a number of books. So you can, Google and see what he wrote, and all the stories are, written by him. So, but how they got to learn all this stuff, because, she didn't know about this personally. So it was that she have just as a child remember the story, how the mother, some other persons would remember the war years and would mention that some Jewish families, were rescued by her parents, it means by her grandparents. And the story started also from Mr. Yudel Rondener when he was in Israel and when he met the former Litvaks, it means Lithuanian Jew survivors in Israel. And he, Abel Gevin, was a chairman of this association of Lithuanian Jews. And then Yudel Ronder asked, and how you survived? And he told all the story. And her family is also coming from South Lithuania. And then Yudel Ronder told, I will try to find these people. And he started to look for her mother, because understanding that her grandparents most probably passed away. And for 2 years it couldn't be connected because her mother, of course, was married, and they couldn't come on this maiden name. And their family also didn't try to establish any connection because they saw that if after a war, and in all these years, any letter came, any contact, any call came, they saw that perhaps they didn't survive. And I will learn how the story, why they thought so.
Where was this?
In Simnas.
Oh, Simnas. That's not too far from.
Vilkaviškis. Aha, mes draugaudavom, čia nukrypstu nuo temos. Ronderis, kai buvo jis toks ryšininkas tarp gelbėtojų ir išgelbėtojų.
Taip pasakai, 40 metų rinko medžiagą.
Taip, rinko medžiagą. Ir jis, kai mes susipažinom, tai jis mane juokais vadindavo ambasadorė Vilkaviškyje dėl tų visų. Taip, ir taip draugavom ir jo dėka jau pradėjo rašyti Abelis mums laiškus. Ir pirmas laiškas buvo, dar buvo Rumunijos ten ambasadorius, Abelis buvo toks labai...
Rumunijoje
ambasadorius buvo. Izraelio ambasadorius Rumunijoje buvo jos...
So Abel Gevin was Israeli ambassador in Romania at that time, so he was a diplomat after
Ir pirmas laiškas, kurį gavom, aišku, aš parašiau laišką visą, nes iš to šeimos, pas kuriuos gelbėjosi, buvo mano močiutė pagrindinė ir buvo 3 sūnus ir mano mama mergaitė. Ir jau kai Ronderis mus jau suvedė, tai buvo tik mano mama, jau mirė visi ties 3 broliai, jau nieko nebuvo, tik mano mama, kuri tuo metu, kaip ir Ronė, buvo 9 metų. Tai jinai viską puikiai atsimena. Abelis mokydavo rašyti tenai ir viską. Tai dabar nukrypau, nežinau, ką noriu pasakyti.
O tas Abelis buvo to laiku, kiek jam buvo?
Abelis kaip atėjo, pas močiutę kaip atėjo, Abelis buvo studentas, Kauno jau universiteto studentas ir jis atsivedė savo broliuką gal 10 metų. Jie buvo Simne, buvo šeima jų, buvo 4 sūnūs ir tėvai. Tai tėtis ir sūnus vienas tai Alytui sušaudyti, mama su jauniausiu broliuku ten šalia Simno sušaudyti, o šitie Abelis su broliu Josipu atėjo pas mano močiutę ir ten visą žiemą įsislapstė, jiem pavyko išgyventi. Bet labai Abelis, kada jau buvo...
Ponia Marytė, darykit pauzes, gerikės, aš labai svarbu ir dabar jūsų...
Jo. Čia gal aš
galima, nes kadangi aš kaip esu, turi būti, reiškia, jiems aišku, ar pažinojo tą šeimą?
Pažinojo, kadangi visus žydeliai turėdavo parduotuvės, jie buvo ar medikai, jie visiems lietuviam buvo labai...
Tai jūsų
šeima žinojo.
Seneliai gyveno kaime ir pažinojo, Simne gyveno šeimą.
Taip, pažinojo. Aš jums gal, žinot, kaip eglutė, taip? Aš jums gal, čia yra tokie, jūs galit angliškai, galit skaityti angliškai, ir čia from Abelio book, skaitysit ir čia bus viskas aišku, kaip parašyta, kaip jie.
So, I mean, all the details from the story, you certainly will learn from the books if you are interested, but the story is the same, that her grandparents lived in the village and they, of course, would come...
Ne, aš galiu jums palikti šitą, tegu nežinau.
Viskas gerai, ką norės, jie paskui paprašys. So, they would come to their shtetl, and their shtetl, closer shtetl, was Simnas. And they knew this Geffen family in Simnas. Geffen. And
o brolis buvo Josifas Vanšteinas. Jie buvo Vanšteinai, bet Abelis pakeitė pavardę būdamas Izraelį į Gefeną.
So the original family name was Weinstein. Geffen, they became in Israel.
Yeah, that's a very common name.
Yes, exactly. So the family originally who saved, her grandparents, and grandparents had her mother and plus 3 sons. So it was their 4 children already. And when they got in contact with Judel Ronder, it was just alive her mother. I mean, at that time, she was also 9 years old as Mona, yes, about 8, 9 years old. So, but she remembers everything, how the action was and how the situation was at that time. So, but Abel at that time was also a student in Kaunas. And he escaped Kaunas with his brother because his parents, already Weinstein family, was killed close to Alytus. One part of the family in Simnas, one part in Alytus, so they too were from the family alive. So he as a student, Abelis, and Joseph as about 10 years old boy. So they arrived to her grandparents, to this village. And her mother still remembers Abel very well because she was a girl, also, more close with Joseph. But Abel, being a student, even taught her to write. I mean, like a teacher, for her.
Abelis, būdamas visą laiką rašė dienoraštį, jis prašydavo pas mano mamą, kokią popieriaus lapelį skelbti. Jis kiekvieną dieną rašė dienoraštį, jis išleido knygas kelias išleido ir tam dienoraštį labai man versdavo iš kalbos, Ronderis, aš turiu ten apsirašymus. Ir sakau, man didžiausias įvertinimas ir pagarba, kad jis, aš tiesiog skaitau savo močiutės, savo dėdžių istoriją. Čia nebuvo kažkoks žydalgis, bet mano močiutė sako, aš kitaip negalėjau.
So, Abel was, it seems, really very thirsty for the knowledge, for the reading, so every day he would write a diary. These books are written not just on his memories, not just about the situation around, or in Lithuania at all, or about Jewish faith. It was based on his diary. So, and her grandmother, as she recollected, all the situation, and most probably she knows this via her mother, that she told, I couldn't refuse them, this family. I couldn't behave in other way. This was natural, more or less, for her as a Catholic, as a woman, and so on and so forth. But for her as a granddaughter, the best acknowledge of this good deed, yes, it is these books and these stories, this diary of Abel, who wrote all, and then she read this. Now it's of course in English, but first of all it was by Judel translated from Yiddish to her, into Lithuania, and she made just the notes. So, but what she was hearing, when he translated, so it was, from the diary. So it means she read about her mother, about her grandmother, about her uncles, and this is very sensitive and touchy for her. It is like a monument for her family also via these books.
Does she have these pictures? Išraiškingas paminklas žmogus pastatė ir nemokamai.
Čia, kur yra Abelio mama ir jauniausias broliukas, tenai sušaudyti toj vietoj. Pastatytas tas paminklas, mes jį lankom.
Tai šita šeima pastatė šitą paminklą?
Ne, žmogus lietuvis pastatė, bet būtent šitoj vietoj yra Abelio mama ir jauniausias brolis čia jiem.
So close to Simnas, where Abel's mother and youngest brother was killed, so some Lithuanian guy erected a monument here, very, with, you will see this mother's face.
So, Abelis knygoje rašo, aš meldžiu Dievą, kad kulka būtų pataikytas mano jaunam broliukui, kad jis negyvas būtų užkastas. Kad, žinot, kaip šaudymas įvyko, tai jisai savo knygoje taip įsireiškė, kad aš meldžiu Dievą, kad tas broliukas jauniausias su mama, kuriuo čia buvo nužudyti, kad tikrai būtų lyg kulka.
So because he didn't
Baisu.
know really about the fate of his mother and youngest brother, so in his book, she is quoting the book that he was praying that the younger brother at least would be killed by a bullet and not just, thrown alive in the pit. So.
Abelis jau porą metų, kai jo neturi, mes ilgai bendravom laiškais ir jau 2 metai, kai jis jau mirė, 93 metų mirė, o pernai buvo atvažiavę pas mus aplankyti jo 2 sūnus su anūku, su žmonom ir jie apsikabinę, mano mama verkė, dėkojo.
Tai jūsų mama dar gyva?
Gyva mama, bet jinai jau negali atvykti.
Taip, žinoma. So her mother is still alive, but she of course can't walk already and she is disabled. Abel passed away 2 years ago, and last summer his 2 sons with the grandchildren came to visit her mother, so it's very touching that this connection was kept. Then after it was re-established, it was kept all these years, so they will exchange the letters, they corresponded, but via her already, because she was eager, to keep contact with Judith and to read the books and so.
Do you have any questions?
Yeah, do you saw the diary?
They were published.
Bet ar jūs matėte?
Published in English?
Ar matėt originalų, reiškia, tą dienoraštį, ar jūs tik tai žinot, kad tai yra iš dienoraščio?
Ne, tą knygą iš dienoraščio atsiuntė Ronderiui, jisai Ronderiui Abelis atsiuntė, o Ronderis mums skaitydavo.
Ir ji buvo jidiš kalba parašyta.
Jidiš kalba. Ir ta knyga dabar atsikliuvo, kaip tą knygą Ronderis perdavė savo anūkui, jinai yra ta knyga dabar Vokietijoje. Ronderis savo anūkui atidavė. O aš turiu asmeniškai, pats Abelis atsiuntė knygą, ne dienoraštį, bet irgi ten visas gyvenimas aprašytas. Ir pernai, kai atvažiavo sūnus, taip pat atvežė dar vieną knygą, anglų kalba, tai aš ten, kur man jau mano šeima liečia, aš pasiskaitau, bet labai didžiulis man pats didžiausias indėlis, kad aš nereikia jokių žodžių, nieko, bet viskas parašyta, ta istorija, labai miela.
So this first book on the diaries, she didn't see original diaries, but on the diaries, the first book was written even in Yiddish, and it was sent to Yudel Ronder, and he would translate, but he kept the book and gave over to his grandson, so now it is in Germany, but of course you can find this in Israel or when you Google this book. The other 2 books, it is written in English already, and it is more in general about the life, about saving Jews, about their rescue story. But this first one on the diary, on the basis of diary, it is in Yiddish.
Ronderis galvojo, turėjo mintyje ir bandė su Abeliu Getenu derinti, norėjo išversti dienoraštį į lietuvių kalbą. Būtų čia, bestselleris, nežinau, labai didelis, bet kažkaip pritrūko sveikatos, gal Ronderiui, gal taip.
So Yudel Ronder was working on this, that it would be published even in Lithuanian, because it would be a great source, because it was on the daily basis, you can re-establish this daily story, what was going on, at least even if it is in one little place, but as you see, the parallels, what you told, last night, so it is just... and then, but most probably he didn't have enough strength and power and finance. Ar jūs turite dar papildomų dokumentų, ar nuotraukų?
Norėjau paklausti apie istoriją, kad gelbėjo ir mirė. Mirė į dalį, kurį gelbėjo. Ir jį žmonės palaidojo povilį.
O kur? Tai dar kažkokia žemė buvo.
Ir žinokit, jie iškatė jo senelį, tai visi Ronderis iškatė ir atvežė į Simną palaidojo šiais laikais.
Į Simną, į Žemės ar į tą prie to paminklo?
Prie to paminklo.
O tai tas, reiškia, buvo atlydęs dar vienas papildomas.
Kitas šeima gelbėjo ir tenai kitus išgelbėjo, o šitas mirė.
So this was one more case, because this family accepted not just these 2 brothers, but also it was probably via Lithuanian networks were known that they accepting Jews in their home and at least giving temporary help or shelter, for longer time. So there were more people who were staying in their home for a shorter period and then left for their other families. But it happened that one man who were in their place, he got ill and died, passed away, being in their home. So what to do? So they buried him in the garden, in their garden, and then it was, and this body, and he was there, and then Judenronde re-established the contact with this family, and everything became clear. So they exhumated and then buried where the monument. Did you see the photo of this monument? Yes. So they brought to Simnas, to this, and reburied by this monument. So, I mean, it was live, and people could... Tai dabar jie kol čia peržiūrės, tai reiškia, jūsų gavo Yad Vashem ar ne apdovanojimą jūsų šeima?
Mamos, tai aš turiu nuotrauką, tik tai čia va yra mama.
So, this family got Yad Vashem already award.
Tai dar mes Yad Vashem ateinam.
Do you want careful there?
Save like a tree.
The medal and all this recognition and honors. Tai dabar jie dar pagalvos, ponia Marytė, apie klausimus gerai, nes kad jiem turi susivesti irgi istoriją į vieną, nes jie ir apie tą knygą, ir apie viską, ir dabar dar aš pakalbinsiu ponę Vitaliją, gerai? Tai gerai, bet mūsų nepasikeitė, tai mes... Tai dabar, ponia Vitalija, jūsų paprašysim, nors jie gal geriausiai žino iš tiesų jūsų istoriją ir visą kitą, bet vis tiek, nes norėtų įrašyti ateities kartoms. Dar minutėlę, Benas norėtų kažką pasakyti dar prieš.
It was when I interviewed her parents, Adamus and Brona, in 1989, that motivated me to get involved to help those Lithuanians who risked their lives for Jews.
Kai jisai interviavo jūsų tėvelius, tai buvo jo didžiausia inspiracija, reiškia pradėti tą fondo veiklą ir apskritai kurti tą fondą ir susisiekti su daugiau gelbėtojų.
When I first interviewed them, they were very modest, and it was a very cumbersome interview like this. It went from Lithuanian actually to Yiddish, from Yiddish to English. And we recorded, because I thought it was the only time I'd be in Lithuania, 1989, where they were still under communism.
Šeima juokėsi, nes kai Benas sako, kad aš tada irgi įrašinėjau, reiškia, kai kalbėjau su jūsų tėveliais, nes buvo mintis, kad tai bus mano pirmas ir paskutinis vizitas į Lietuvą, nes buvo taip sunku atvykti dar tada į Sovietų Sąjungą 1989 metais ir dabar šeima juokėsi, nes jis atvažiavo dabar 17 kartą jau.
And so, when I interviewed them, they were very modest, and they had a letter from Tikva. And so I took down the address, and when I came back to America, I looked up Tikva.
Ir jis sako, tada, kai interviavo jos ponios Vitalijos tėvelius, tai jie buvo labai, kažkaip kuklus ir jie tik parodė išgelbėtos tos mergaitės Tikvos laišką. Ir tada Benas, kadangi matė amerikietišką adresą, jis tiesiog nusirašė jį ir grįžęs į Jungtinės Amerikos valstijas pradėjo ieškoti Tikvos.
Well, I had a lot of questions, but Tikva said I was too young, I can't answer those kinds of questions.
Ir jis ją surado ir kai paklausė Tikvos ir pasakė, sako, aš turiu begalės klausimų jums, o jinai sako, aš buvau per jauna, aš nieko neprisimenu.
Tikva, by the way, was born in 1941.
Nes jinai buvo gimusi tik tais 1941 Tikva.
And so, but she said my aunt, who lives in Israel and who retrieved me after the war, would be able to answer those kinds of questions.
Bet sako, mano teta, kuri, reiškia, pasiėmė Tikvą po karo, reiškia, išgyvenusi, sako, jinai gyvena Izraelyje ir galėtų prisiminti daugiau.
So I went to Israel in October of 1989.
Tai tų pačių 1989 metų rudenį jis nuvažiavo į Izraelį ir susirado tą tetą.
And I interviewed the aunt of Tikva.
Ją interviavo.
And she explained to me how righteous her parents really were.
Ir tada teta atskleidė, reiškia, visą tą darbą padarytą ir reiškia, visą tą situaciją ir pasakė.
Well, when I interviewed her parents, they were very modest, and her mother also referred to Chicago. She wanted to go to Chicago, and I didn't understand that until I met the aunt.
Ir sako, tada, kai interviavo jūsų tėvelius, jie, reiškia, nu, va taip kukliai apie savo tą padarytą žygdarbį kalbėjo ir sako, jeigu aš nebūčiau susisiekęs su ta teta, aš nebūčiau iš tikrųjų supratęs viso to žygdarbio didumo ir kartu, kai interviavo, jūsų mama minėjo apie Čikagą, reiškia, ponia Bronė kalbėjo apie Čikagą, bet sako, man nesusivedė galai, prie ko čia Čikaga ir tik tais, reiškia, ta Tikvos teta sugebėjo suvesti tuos galus, kas yra kas.
And what I found out was that Bronna's mother had gone to Chicago in 1914 to be with her husband and left Bronna behind with her grandmother, with Bronna's grandmother, mother's mother.
Ir tada jam paaiškėjo visą istoriją, kaip jūsų močiutė, ar ne, išvažiavo 14 metais, palikdama jūsų mamą, reiškia, taip.
And then in 1915, a year later, her mother died in Chicago in childbirth.
Ir kaip 1915, būdama Čikagoje, reiškia, miršta, o ta maža mergaitė likusi, reiškia, čia Lietuvoje su giminėm.
So she always dreamed of visiting her mother's grave in Chicago.
Ir ponios Vitalijos mama visą laiką svajojo nuvažiuoti į Čikagą, aplankyti savo mamos kapą, nes niekada daugiau su mama nebepasimatė.
So I decided I'm going to get her to Chicago no matter what.
Ir Benas nusprendė, kad
even if I can't find her mother's grave. And the first thing was I got her certified at Yad Vashem as a Chasidei Umat Olam, the righteous Gentiles. I got Bronna certified.
Ir jis, reiškia, jūsų mamytė pirmiausiai ir, reiškia, pradėjo tą procesą, kad gautų tą apdovanojimą ir būtų pripažinta kaip teisuolė, pasaulio teisuolė, reiškia, Yad Vashem.
And I don't want to get into all the details, but I did get her to Chicago, and in fact we found out exactly where her mother was buried at St. Casimir's cemetery in Chicago. And when she went to Chicago, the local newspaper, the Chicago Tribune, was there. I'll give her this, she can keep it.
Ir čia vat yra tas straipsnis, kai jau Benas, reiškia, kai jūsų mamytė atvyko į Čikagą ir buvo rastas Švento Kazimiežo kapinėse, reiškia, jūsų močiutės kapas ir jūsų mama prie to kapo, net vietinis laikraštis apie tai rašė ir jis turi va kopiją šito straipsnio. Aš manau, kad jūs gal neturit tos kopijos, ar ne?
Is she still alive?
Who?
Not Bronna.
Tikva, yes.
Oh, Tikva, yes, yeah.
And Tikva's the Jew, I would say.
And
yes.
I went to Chicago, this is a number of years later, with her sister Ligia at the St. Casimir's cemetery.
Ir paskui jis su jūsų seserimi nuvyko į tas pačias Kazimiero kapines prie jūsų močiutės kapo.
And she's Bronna's daughter.
Yes.
Keep it.
Jūs galite pasilikti tas kopijas.
Now, not only did they save Tikva, they also saved this Jewish boy who was the son of a rabbi.
Ir jūsų šeima išgelbėjo ne tik tais Tikva, bet ir berniuką, kuris buvo rabino sūnus.
And years later, when this rabbi was visiting in Los Angeles, and every time I met somebody, especially from Lithuania, who was here during the war, I would ask them, how did you survive?
Can she say something too?
Oh yeah, sure, she's going to go next. So when this rabbi told me this story, it rang a bell with me. And it turned out that her father, Adomas, was responsible for saving this Jewish boy's life. And this is a picture of this rabbi, and he was in Strasbourg for many years after that. And he was the son of Rav Shulman. His name was Nosson Tzvi Shulman. And in Lithuania, they called him Jozis, just like Tikva became Teklita.
Jisai tik papasakot trumpai, kad kiekvieną kartą, kai jisai, reiškia, susitikdavo su žmonėmis, kurie turėjo litvakiškų šaknų arba kurie buvo išgyvenę holokaustą, jis visą laiką klausdavo tų išgyvenusių istorijos, reiškia, kaip jie išliko. Ir taip, vat, jisai susipažino su tuo rabino sūnumi, kurį išgelbėjo ir kuris vėl atvedė pas ponios Vitalijos tėvą Adomą Gecevičių.
And here is a picture taken during the war where Tikva, the Jewish girl, became a twin of her sister Legia, who was the same age. And this is...
Tai Vitalija buvo vyriausia mergaitė, o Tikva išgelbėta tapo jos sesers Ligijos dvynė Teklė. Ir jos, reiškia, augo kartu.
And this is with the parents.
O kaimynai sakydavo, iš kur pas jūs tą blondinę?
Her sister was blonde and she was dark.
Ir kadangi ponia Bronė buvo tamsi ir Tikva buvo tamsi, tada jas pradėjo įtarinėti, kad Ligija, iš kur, reiškia, tokia blondinė mergaitė pas juos.
This is a Jewish one. This is Tikva. That's her.
Once you interpret. Tell her to show her who's who.
This is you. Yeah, she's the older one.
Ponia Bronė, parodykit, kuri jūs čia.
Aš didžiausia.
Čia didžiausia.
Čia va ant kelių.
Ir va čia su savo... And she's with her parents. Here is Adomas and Bronė Gecevičiai. Here is Vitalija, here is Ligija, and here is Tikva.
I think I talked too much already, so now I'd like...
Sako, aš dabar jau papasakojau labai daug, gal Vitalija pati galėtų kažką papasakoti apie savo šeimą. So now is the stage for Vitalija.
Apie šeimą tai galima labai daug pasakoti, ypač nuo Čikagos. Kada jau susirašo, susirašinėjo ir Tikva pakvietė į Čikagą mamą ir valdžia neišleido. Vieną kartą neišleido, kitą kartą neišleido. Taip giminė ne per tolimą atseit.
So she also can start the story from this Chicago story, but from other side, because when they got already invitation to come to Chicago and to look for her mother's grave, I mean her mother, so her grandmother's grave. So her mother Bronė wasn't allowed to leave Soviet Union. She one time was refused, the second time was refused to get visas because they motivated or based this that it's too far relationships and it's too loose, and they thought that she just want to escape from Soviet Union.
Ir tuomet Tikva pasakė, kad reiškia pinigų nekeitė.
She even couldn't exchange money, nothing.
O mama turėjo pusbrolio $1.
But they had some, they based this not just upon invitations of Tikva, and not just on the reason that she wants to visit her mother's grave. So Bronė, it seems, had some other far relatives like cousins in the United States, and they have sent just to show how the United States money looks like. So she had $1, $1, prepared for the travel.
Tai jai pasakė, atvažiuok nors ir nuogas, atvažiuok.
Tell us what
Then
you
Tikva
remember.
told you can come as you are staying, as you are, just live as you are.
I'd like her to tell us what she remembers as a child during the time that Tikva was there until they took Tikva and was inspired.
Ar jūs prisimenat tą momentą, kai Tikva atsirado tiesiog jūsų šeimoje?
Tokia atmintis buvo, kad mes buvom mažos. Man 4-5.
So Vitalija was even smaller than these little girls. She was 5. She was 5, and when they took Tikva, the sister, and Tikva was about 2 or so.
O seseris panašiai, kažkur tai apie 2 metukus. Ir tik tai tiek prisimenu, kad mes buvom vienos ir tėvai rado mus prie slenksčio. Mes matyt ieškojom tėvų nebuvo ir mes prisimėm čia užmygusios. Prie kambario slėpti.
Taip, bet jūs tai kas lygiai su jumis ar?
Ne, mes į tai dvi buvom, nes tarnaitė, kurie turėdavo, jinai savaitgaliais nedirbdavo. O čia matomai tas įkelbėjimas buvo savaitgalį.
So the first recollection about Tikva or about the situation, what is going on, she recalls that they had a helper at home, but this helper wouldn't come on the weekend. So most probably this rescue was taken place in the weekend because the parents left these two girls, I mean about 5, about 2, their daughters, at home alone, and they went, to pick Tikva.
At night, you mean that time?
In the weekend, most probably they left for a longer time, even for a day and a half, perhaps. But they were looking most probably for the parents because these parents found them by the door sill. So they already discovered that nobody is at home, just 2 of them left. And they just slept by the door sill awaiting their parents. And then afterwards, they were just 3. I mean, this other... girl just was in the family, yes.
Did she say, who is this? Where did she come from?
Ar paaiškino tėvai, reiškia, ar kiek jinai pabūs, sakė, ar nieko jūs nepamenate?
Nieko neprisimenu, bet tik tai dabar vaikai gudresni, o mama tada taip atrodė, kad taip turi būti. Ir jinai lietuvių kalbą išmoko, lietuviškai kalbėjo.
So, because she was just 2, she didn't rather speak any language, so it was like childish language, and she started to learn, Lithuanian. And she told, because we were educated in this way, that you are not asking questions, you are not questioning the parents' behavior,
Yes.
so it was just so, so, okay. So it should be so.
Aš supratau iš jų gyvenimo, iš mano tėvų gyvenimo ir dar patyriau tą, kad mes labai gerai sugyvenom su žydų tautybės žmonėmis. Labai daug kaimynų buvo ir buvo ryšys toks, kad tėvukas dirbo spaustuviai ir parnešdavo visokių tokių kartono ir įvairių spalvotų popieriaus atliekų. Ir jiem labai tikdavo medžiagėlės ir kartonas ir jie ten palaikydavo ryšį. Ir kada matyt, čia toks iškilo klausimas dėl to gelbėjimo, tai per tuos žmonės mama susipažino su jos tėvais.
So the connection with Jewish neighborhood and with Jewish families, it was the same. We are working professional connections, first of all. So because her father was working in the publishing house, in the printing house, and he would have possibility, to have, some pieces of colored paper or something like that, and then he would exchange to something with the Jewish families, and how they knew a little bit, in their environment. And her mother also, via her professional connections, because she had a little tea shop, so she got in contact with Tikva's mother.
Does she remember when then Tikva's aunt came and took Tikva and they lived around the corner, and then one day they disappeared? Does she remember any of that?
O jūs prisimenate tą momentą, reiškia, kai jau Tikvos teta atsirado, pasiėmė Tikvą ir jie gyveno kažkur netoliese jūsų ar ne ir paskui dingo?
Jie išsivežė į Vilnių. Ir tėvukas dar ją lankydavo Vilniuje, bet jinai būdavo susitinka, tėtis atvažiavo ir apsikabina jau, reiškia, bučioja, kad tėtis atvažiavo. Ir jo tetai nelabai patiko. Paskutiniu metu jau jinai labai norėjo, kad jisai lankytų.
So the story was when the aunt already survived and got in contact back and wanted to take Tikva, so she took Tikva and take her to Vilnius. So they resided in Vilnius. But Adomas Gecevičius, her father, would time to time visit, Tikva. And Tikva was, of course it was natural for her that Adomas is her father, you know, so she would be very joyful and, you know, and embrace and jump from the joy, excited, yes, that father came, you know, and aunt didn't like really, you know, that this connection would continue in this way. And she started, you know, rarer and rarer, you know, to make these contacts and started to avoid this.
Nu, visą gyvenimą mums jos trūko. Jinai dingo, mes žinom, kad jinai į Vilnių išvažiavo, paskiau jau ir iš Vilniaus irgi pasakojo, kad jinai ten išvežta buvo į Izraelį. Ir paskutiniu metu jau Amerikoje ir ryšys nutrūko. Bet turbūt, Janpavolės ten dėka ir surado žurnalės. Mama, kada išvažiavo į Ameriką, tai susitiko su šeima tiklos ir čia jos vyras yra parašęs knygą, įdėjęs daug nuotraukų iš to susitikimo.
So, as I told, these contacts became rarer and rarer. They changed address and they just learned that they, you know, somewhere in Vilnius first of all, and then they got, you know, heard some rumors that they even, you know, left Vilnius and they didn't know they went to Israel or they went to United States, and this connection was you know, lost. And then, just thanks to Ben, it was re-established, and then the husband of Tikva wrote a book, and he put photos from this reconnection when Bronė visited again Tikva and her family. So.
Until today, does she have any contact with Tikva?
Ar dar turit kažkokį kontaktą su Tikva, ar jau jo?
Taip, aš gavau knygą, jos vyro parašytą.
Aha, o kada jūs gavote čia neseniai?
Čia prieš keletą metų.
So several years ago they sent a book to her, but otherwise no.
Ir dabar paskutiniu metu nėra, ten jinai su seserį daugiau susiję.
But it seems she is keeping the connection with other sister who is in Chicago. So with Lydia.
Yeah. I talked to her a few weeks ago.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
O taip tai, kai grįžo iš Amerikos, tai buvo tokia laiminga, kad aš jos gyvenime nemačiau tokios laimingos, kad susitiko.
And Vitalia told that she never saw her mother so happy when she came back from Chicago. First of all, that she, you know, visited the mother's grave and it fulfilled her old dream, and also reestablished this connection with her lost daughter, so to speak. You know. But she told, I don't know why, because they were shy in, you know, in their character, or they didn't really speak a lot about this, or she didn't, you know, because perhaps barrier of the language, she didn't really quite understood, and it was everything on an emotional level, so she couldn't express this. She didn't tell a lot about this visit, but she told, I felt that my mother was so happy.
Aš buvau Izraelyje ir suradau tą lentą, kur yra teisuoliai, ir man pridėjo ranką prie jo pavardės. Ir parodžiau, kad mama atliko į jūsų pavardė, tikrai yra.
She was in Israel and she was in Yad Vashem, where the Getsevičiai family is mentioned in jų, kaip sakant, indėlis yra vienodas ir negali būti vieno didesnis ar mažesnis, nes jie bendru sutarimu ir gelbėjo ir rūpinosi ir visa kita. Bet sako, kadangi aš taip norėjau, kad jinai išvažiuotų į Čikagą ir pamatytų savo mamos, reiškia, kapą ir kad tai būtų užskaityta jai kaip papildomas, reiškia, toks išleidimo motyvas, sako, aš susikoncentravau pirmiausiai į ją, kad gautų, reiškia, tą Yad Vashem apdovanojimą, bet sako, aš paskui pasirūpinau ir kad Adomas Gecevičius būtų atitinkamai pagerbtas, nes jis nemažiau teisuolis negu jūsų mama.
Sakyčiau, kad jie buvo labai sportiški, turėjo dviračius. Ir būtent tų dviračių pagalba jie nuvažiavo į tą vietą ir 2 kartus jie važiavo. Tai pirmą kartą negalėjo tos mergaitės paimti, jie labai verkė. O antrą kartą jau jinai, gal kokių neįdomų buvo duota, jinai ją negalėjo pareiti. Ir ant tilto jos sustabdė tie patruliai vadinami, buvo komendanto valanda. Ir reiškia klausti, kur jūs važiuojat, žinote, po komendanto valandą. Nu, tai jie, kaip mums pasakojo, kad jie sakė, nu, užmygo vaikas ir nežinojom, ką daryti, o mums vis tiek reikia parvažiuoti ir paleido. Bet aš vėl dabar, tai pagalvoju, jeigu jie būtų pasižiūrėję į tą miegantį vaiką. Tai būtų jau ir manęs, ir turbūt nebūtų.
So a lot of car accidents in the life taking place, she told, because first of all, it helped a lot, for this saving operation to bring Tikva to their home. That her parents were very sportish people, so they had bicycles and they were, cycling. So and first of all, when they tried to take Tikva from Kovno ghetto, she was, screaming and crying, and she didn't want to leave. Yes. The mother. So the elders, adults arranged so that most probably she got some tranquilizers or whatever, but she was taken sleeping already, and they until they everything arranged. So when they went via this bridge, what yesterday we passed, from Aleksotas, and they already Vilijampolė, sorry, which we still will go today. So and you know that in the wartime, it was the hours when you couldn't appear in the street, and they were approaching.
Curfew.
Yes. So and they were approaching this hour, and they were stopped on this bridge. Yes. And they told, "Where are you going?" And they told, "We don't know what to do because our child has left, and we decided where to stay, but we nevertheless have to come home, somehow." And it is just this human, communication allowed that they let it pass them. But Vitalia told that if they would just look at the girl, or look into the details, or investigate a little bit more this case, most probably I wouldn't be here, because we don't know how we two girls would survive, so.
Adina had a question.
Yeah, I'm curious that they say all of these wonderful people. Is this something that they share with other people, or is it something that they really wear with pride? I mean, I understand that for a time with the Soviet Union, it was not safe necessarily to share it, but is it something that now, do they talk about it, even let's say with their children or their grandchildren, and is it something that it's like, of course they would do it, so it's understood, or is it something that they see as being something like incredible?
Ir sako, visas tas jūsų, žygdarbis padarytas, ir jinai adresuoja savo klausimą visiems, ir jūsų tos unikalios istorijos ir patirtis, sako, ar jūs jas kažkaip tai perduodat, nes savaime suprantama, kad sovietmečių galbūt jūs negalėjot kalbėti ir buvo tyrima, bet ar jūs kalbat, tik perduodat savo šeimos nariams iš kartos į kartą ir tos pasakojimus, ar jūs perduodat ir plačiau, tarkim, ar ten Simno, Butrimonių bendruomenėms, ar jūs kviečia galbūt kalbėti mokykloje?
Būna rugsėjo 23 minėjimai, tai mamytė kviečia į kultūros rūmus, ten būna prisiminimai tokie, ir pagerbimai, ir važiuojame į tas kapines prie to gražus paminklo, tai plačiau, netylima, tikrai dalinamės tuo skausmu, ar tuo.
Bet ar jiems tai, kai jie pasakoja ir prisimena tas istorijas, ar jiems tai, savaime suprantama, tai jų gyvenimo dalis, ar jie jaučiasi padarę tą žygį?
Ne, mano mama tai vis laik verkia, negali kalbėti. Ir yra nesuvokiama, kad taip galėjo būti, nesuvokiama.
So she told, yes, of course, now we know the story, we transfer this story to our children and to the next generation, but also we are invited to schools to speak, especially for commemoration of Genocide Day we have in Lithuania for annihilation of Lithuanian Jews. So in September, 23rd of September. So this not knowledge, but this personal history is spread, further than just the family members. But of course, they are not speaking that they committed some, really great job. It is their history, but also they are paid, because they can't imagine how such a big population was just murdered in Lithuania in so short time. So they are speaking, at least Mrs. Marita told her mother can't speak about these years and the experience without tears because, you know, she saved, you know, several people, you know.
But there's so many more that were lost.
Yeah, and how many were killed, you know, and...
Meaning they're not shocked by the fact, no, but by the fact of what their parents did. It's understood that that's what they should have, it was their duty to do it, and why didn't other people?
O jūs patys tai supratot irgi kaip natūralų dalyką, ar jūs tai supratot, nu, kaip jūs nekvestionuojat savo tėvų ar senelių, reiškia, poelgio, kad jie galbūt, va, kaip jūs sakot, nu, gal būtų jūsų net nebuvę, reiškia, kad jie prisėmė tas grėsmes, kur...
Aš pavyzdžiui...
Tikrai ne. Tikrai ne.
Aš tai galiu pasakyti tik tai tiek, kad labai iš skirtingų šeimų mano tėvai. Mama našlaitė, o tėtis iš 11 vaikų šeimos. Ir vienas ir kitas vargo, matė labai daug. Ir jiem, kaip atėjo ta valanda apsispręsti, tai kaip pasakojo tėtis ir mama, kad sakė, ar nelaikas dabar mums atsilyginti to, ką mums žmonės reiškia, padėjo ir davė. Ir tiesiog jie per daug negalvojo.
Can I just translate quickly? So she told that her parents, because her father was from 11 children, her mother was an orphan. So and when the time for the decision came, they discussed among themselves that perhaps it's a time to return these good things they received from other people. They didn't, you know, consider about the nationality. It is just human values, you know. They got something from other strange people who helped in their life, you know, and perhaps now they established themselves so well, not so well, but they are, you know, time to return this for the society, for people, you know. That's all, and they took it as a natural. And they, of course, as a children, didn't question their behavior or their appearance. And they told, of course, we are proud of them, but we And Mrs. Steffa added to the story of Mrs. Vitalia what she also modest as her parents and not admitting that her family, this, I mean, this, as I'm telling, it's most probably it's in the genes of people, you know, who are dedicated for the big deeds because her parents saved the Jews and her son dedicated himself for the fight for Lithuanian freedom. And Mrs. Steffa added that we Lithuanians are very proud of her family, that her son was killed in
He was one of the 14 Lithuanians on January 13, 1991, when the Soviets stormed the TV tower in Vilnius. He was one of the casualties of the 14 who were killed, of her son.
Benas tik pratęsė tą, kad jūsų sūnus yra tarp 14 žuvusių už Lietuvos laisvę. Ir kaip aš sakiau, kad jūsų šeimos genuose yra žygdarbiai. And the street in Kaunas, it is named after her son, Titas Masiulis Street.
I have something for each of you, and then I'd like to get a picture of the whole group here if possible.
Benas labai norėtų padėkoti, kad jūs atėjot ir atvažiavot ir visą tą kelią ir paskyrėt tą savo laiką. Jis nori įteikti mažas dovanėlės ir jis nori bendros fotografijos kartu su visais. Ir jūs, ponia Vitalija, gal tada parodysit paskui tą būtinai tą kalendorių dar, reiškia, kur jūsų šeimos istorija.
This is her grandma.
Taip, kur jisai pasakojo apie tą rabino ar ne tą rabino.
Čia yra nuotrauka, aš dabar nuotrauką.
Tai nieko tokio, nes jis tas nuotraukas irgi turėjo.
Turėjo tas, kur jie susirašinėjo.
Ponia Vitalija, čia jums
nereikėjo.
Ne, ačiū labai. In this book, Ben, it is also the rabbi's son, you know, so.
It's in Lithuanian, that's why I'm talking to the
And in this calendar, which was published last year, Jewish calendar, it is her family story also.
I just want to say that I think even though your families think that what they did was understood and that's their duty, clearly so many people didn't feel that way, and it's incredible what your families and what you did. And look at the generations that have come from those families and those people who have been saved.
Ir Adina sako, kad net jeigu jums galbūt jūs nekvestionuojat savo tėvų ar senelių poelgių ir jiems atrodė tai natūralu ir žmogiška saugoti kito gyvybę arba kitą žmogų tiesiog, sako, ypatingai žinant, kad kitiems tai netrodė natūralu ir tai, kam netrodė natūralu, tai yra daugumai, tai reiškia, kad tas žygdarbis dar didesnis kitų akise ir jūs galite matyti tai, kas, reiškia, tai, ką gelbėjo, ne? Nors Beno šeima pati nebuvo išgelbėta, bet sako, mes esame tie palikuonys arba tas liudijimas, ką jūs gelbėjot, reiškia, tai, kad galėjo jie sukurti šeimą, susilaukti vaikų, turėti anūkų, tai yra, kad jūs išgelbėjot dalį pasaulio.
Tai man taip pat labai džiugu, kadangi tie, kurie buvo slapstėsi pas mus, tai iš viso 4 žmonės ir visi išgyveno. Visi išgyveno ir tai dar noriu tokį prisiminimą apie Belą Upinskį. Vieną kartą skambutis, čia Bela iš Izraelio. Aš greit suvokiau, ar čia ta mergaitė, kur pas mus buvo. Jinai patylėjo, čia gal mergina.
So just the last memory, because he told we are very glad to learn that all 4 whom we helped and who stayed in our home, they all survived. So and once, because this when he wasn't able to establish in Israel this contact, but before that, this Bella tried to reestablish contact herself just by calling, and he remembers just the short call when she called and told, hi, here is Bella, and he asked, is it the girl who stayed with us? Because he was younger, you know. And she answered, perhaps not a girl, perhaps a young lady.
Bet kodėl mergaitė? Kadangi paskutiniai pas mus buvo mergaitė, dar labai gerai prisimenu Brenšteinai, negaliu tiksliai pavardės Brenšteinai, gal buvo.
But it seems he mixed himself because the last, you know, who stayed in their home was really little girl.
Jinai pas mus buvo slapstoma ta mergaitė, bet kokius gal kitai keletą mėnesių. Ir pas mus buvo tarnaitė. Jinai buvo skundikė. Jinai išardė tos mergaitės paltiuką. Jinai buvo 12 metų ir rado jų šeimos nuotrauką. Ir iš karto pamatė, kad tai žydų šeimos. Ir jinai pradėjo ten jau garsiai pas mus kalbėti, kad čia reiškia, tai mes tada greitai tą mergaitę, mano tėvai rengė išvežti kitur. Ir aš tą mergaitę, kodėl aš pasakiau, kad tą mergaitę, kadangi suaugę žmonės, merginos, ten vyrai, nestebino mane, kadangi pas mus nuolat kas nors būdavo. Bet ta mergaitė, pilkas veidas, lieknutė, tokio pilkų paltų, batai kiaulelių ir toks veidas. Kažkoks bejausmis, išsigandęs ir vaikui tiek įstrigo.
So for him, this last girl was most memorable because the others were grown-up people, and this was closest to him, more or less. And he especially wanted that she would survive because this experience was that they had a helper at home in this last stage, you know, of the war, and she was really a bad person because she took the coat of this girl and then she, you know, separated, you know, looking perhaps for money or something what is hidden in the coat, you know, and she found the photo, family photo, and she realized that this is Jewish family and Jewish girl. So, and she started, you know, to contact the neighbors, and these parents, you know, very, you know, they were not prepared for this, and to transfer to the other family without preparations, you know, this was very risky, not just for this family, but, you know, what will happen with this girl. So he was very eagerly to hear from this girl. Therefore, when this Bella called, he told, are you this girl? You know? So he wanted. So, she's
No, I
working and she's
understand. Yeah, I know. Rima told me. Yeah, Rima had told me. We're gonna have you everybody sit here, and we're gonna stand behind you for a picture, okay?
That's a good idea.
No. I want you and here, you can.
Yeah, all the-
everybody.
Yeah, all the.
And I was in the grass, in the long grass. Together.
One of the most amazing places.
More like a protection area in Lithuania.
So,
Like he wants to film you. For the city
say
itself.
something to him? he just wants to film our way to.
They took all the
From Covenant, yeah, they took the Jews from Covenant, fort, all these forts. Now, this is the 9th fort. And during the First World War, even though it took maybe 20, 30 years to build these forts, by the First World War, the fort was obsolete. They couldn't really ward off the Germans. And also, aircraft became into being and didn't have any true effect. Okay? So then, when Lithuania got its independence, the fort was used as a prison for political prisoners during those war years. When the Nazis took over, they decided to bring the Jews here to kill them. And you'll see a lot more about this. Relatively close to Slobodka, where he was killed in the 9th fort. So the Jews were brought here to the 9th fort, where they were killed. That's the 9th fort, as you see it from here. Now, as you get closer, you'll see more. And then after the war, maybe into the 80s, they built this incredible monument. Up to that time, all the monuments to the Holocaust in the Soviet Union were obelisks, you know, just a high monument to the victims of war, to the Nazis, etc. But that was it won a number of awards. What is this, the restroom? Did you? In 1943, when all of a sudden the Germans decided that this may not be the Thousand-Year Riot. See, there was something like 14 300-meter long ditches that were dug out by Soviet soldiers, and the Jews were brought there and dumped into these and then bodies. So there was, I don't know, 40,000 Jews were here or 80,000. There's a lot of different discussions and arguments of how many people were killed. So in 1943, they decided they brought something like 65 Jews to the fort with the job to disinter the bodies and burn them, just like in Ponar. Okay? So there wouldn't be any evidence.
They took all the bodies out.
They brought these Jews here. They gave them the grisly task of disinterring the bodies from those trenches and burning them right where that memorial. Oh, they buried the body, so there wouldn't be any evidence. The Jews obviously knew that, you know, once they did the job, they're not going to want to keep them Jews around. They'll kill them. So they planned an escape, and that's what you'll see there. There's a steel door
to exit, and there's like a dry moat right around the fort, which you will see.
Have you been here before?
And they'll explain it to you.
Ben, is this the thing they dug out?
That's in Pinar.
Grandpa, have you dug it? Have you been here?
Many times.
17 feet, Dad.
No, not 17 feet. And anyway, so on Christmas Eve, they were able, they had a little drill bit, and they drilled out a section from a steel door where a human could pass through. So they had it, and they punched it through, and they escaped because they figured it was Christmas Eve, that there won't be many guards, and it was snowing. And then they had a rope ladder, so they were inside the moat. You'll see around the corner there. I'm sure they'll explain it again in detail. Anyway, there were 8 groups of 8, and each group went to different. Some went north, some went south, some went west. Two went back to the ghetto. When they got to the ghetto, they changed their clothes. Anyway, when the Nazis got wind in the morning about the escape, they took after them and they recaptured all the Jews except the 2 groups of 8 that ended up in the ghetto. They brought the others back here, interrogated them, and killed them. Now, among the Jews that were in the ghetto, I don't know, maybe half. There's a book by Alex Feidelson. It's in your house. It's a green book in the library. Yeah, Alex Feidelson. So now you see the monument.
Guys, I see you stopping.
Now, on the right, yeah, this wasn't a ward, but it's very unusual. Because you'll see in Pinar, it's just an obelisk. On the right is the being subjugated and denigrated and killed. On the left is the battle, the fight against, and ultimate liberty. That's the one in the center where they prevailed. Don't worry. Yeah.
In other words,
Yeah, there's an entrance around here now to the courtyard. The Jews were brought to the courtyard. They kept the truck noisy, and they would march the Jews to the trench over there. Remember I told you, I think it was 14 trenches, where they would line up 20 at a time or whatever, shot them and dumped their bodies in the trench. Then another group would come.
trenches. This is not the trench. It's
trenches
like a
were
trench.
what, right over here?
This is
the moat?
Kind of the moat, but you'll see around the corner. So, see now, there was obviously a guard in this, but he was probably drunk. It was Christmas Eve.
I know him.
Right. That and went back into the one next to it, and then they came out at the bottom of the moat, which is where I'm pointing. Let's see, what does it say here?
There's Hebrew.
Yeah, the way of death, because people marched from the courtyard to where they shot him up there. They call it the way of death.
Sounds sweet. What is this? Is this the same in Yiddish?
Yeah, everything.
Just now, like a month ago, and then people got very agitated.
Well, I don't know anything about that, but during the inter-year wars, this was a place where people would come, you know, for outings. In fact, I have that picture of my father on a double date.
Here?
Yeah, at the night before. Yeah.
In like a death place, maybe.
Yeah,
But at that point, it was just a fort.
Right, it was court, and they had prisoners, right, a park, and they had prisoners. They had political prisoners in here. But
I still think it's kind of weird on the day of prison.
I think I remember that with the here we go, see the view with the tall guy with the who lived in LA after.
It's too windy too.
This one is like, believe it or not, on the box.
This picture was taken at the Ninth Fort on a double date. Right here. It's Yisrael Mayer and William Spiegelman on a double date at Ninth Fort Slobodka.
So it's like a park.
Yeah, it's a park. That's right. It was a park. It was a bit of a height. He's trying to film it. You know, so it was a place where you'd go for an outing. You know, that's where I guess Jewish dates were. You know, they go to the airport. You know. So this is the boat. I don't remember seeing this, but maybe it was here. And this is a dry boat. And they had this rope ladder that they kind of hid out there. And then when they escaped, they had to pass over there into the thing, and they climbed. They had hooks. They put the rope up, and they were able to. Yeah, 64 of them. 8 times 8 is 64, right?
Oh my God, it's really soft now.
So here's where you might say,
It makes it flatter.
You can read that eternal remembrance of the victims of fascism. So up there is where those pits were, where they actually shot the people and buried the bodies. You can see how massive this thing is.
It is.
It didn't look like it was that much. It's kind of impressive.
It's like no top, like it's a government.
Is there, in other words, in order to go in here, they're going to give us a tour?
Days there were no houses anywhere close. I noticed how it's higher, you know, the floor was built. So it was pretty high compared to the surrounding area. But the pits were right here, as what I'm pointing to. Killed more than 30,000 Jews from Lithuania other years. Don't say the word assist, they wouldn't say Lithuanian. That's not politically correct right here in Lithuania. Bodies.
Is this where their bodies are?
No, there were trenches, and they took the bodies out of these trenches to burn them. They burned them right there where that monument was. Let's see what it says. Isn't particularly high.
Right.
This is as high in
That's
the
what-
area.
yeah.
Like I say, there was a string of forts.
But you're going, in other words, they're
But there were
pretending
no
the city is
houses
this way,
there.
or the city is this way?
Yeah, which one's Kaunas?
Meaning they're
Well,
pretending.
I don't know which is Kaunas and which is Viljampolis.
He'll tell us.
Kaunas that way? Viljampolis, I guess, is that way.
But there was none of those houses nearby. This is a recent addition.
They have like barriers here, so they can look.
I don't know all the details. I can only tell you what I recall when I got a tour of this place. We're going to get an official tour, so we're going to have a lot more detail than I know.
I think they may be waiting for us over there.
43. Yes, we're going to have a formal tour. A formal tour by somebody who's a professional docent here at the...
Hero, watch out for that guy.
You got a machine gun.
He's watching you.
Oh my god. Creepy.
It's like, it's a very sharp.
So wait, so all the...
They're going to tell us,
Oh,
you know, I'm not the
okay.
official guy.
Here is our guide.
No, because they didn't different auditors, you know. You can go to the camera from this part, you know, you can just look at these expositions of Holocaust, and the guided tour for Holocaust is just 1 hour.
Soviet era, to Siberia. Yeah, the Gulag.
Well, again, just review.
Grandmother from
I can't- we can't
from my
see.
mom's side is from Bialystok.
children.
That didn't help that either.
Yes.
First, some of them.
Maybe that guy would wear glasses.
It's interesting, some of the passport pictures are taken on an angle. Is that something that...
These take a frontal and a side.
Oh, they took 2 shots.
Two. That's when they decided on building the concentration camps. He was killed in Czechoslovakia. And then that famous Picasso, Guernica, where they leveled the city in retribution.
So there's a film that we're going to watch?
I think you were following her.
The Warsaw ghetto that was.
Yeah, so they're going to see it tomorrow.
It was the one that was on fire, right? That they like burned.
Yeah, well, that's
Or was that the
Jews
Krakow?
revolted in
Just decided whether you were Jewish or Jewish.
Okay, so there were.
This hotel in Leipzig, Metropolis. Actually, Rima's grandfather, who was the ambassador to London, there's a plaque on the side of this. I'm sorry I couldn't show it to you today because of a short time. His name was Balutis. Just want to give you some little information. A personal, you know, because Rima is a good friend of ours.
I love it.
3 times the exhibition, they always said no, we started writing them anyway. And that's why they reassigned him.
guy, Holovicius, his father, who was a professor, his father was involved, he was a youngster, he just died a few years ago. And his father was involved in saving Jews. Well, he announced it after the war, and they lived not far from here, either on Alexot or in Penamon, somewhere right around here. And he told me himself. So one day, they were having dinner, somebody got on a ladder outside the window and shot his father dead. The Mishkene, they were after anybody who helped Jews during the war. The Mishkene were these forest brothers who roamed the countryside until 1952. Anyway, I don't want to...
And among them were also, for example, priests that were baptized.
Think. Was he in an airplane crash? He died after the war. I think this is when he came back after being in Siberia, the priest, the brother.
Yeah, he was deported to Siberia. Then he...
Amicus.
Yeah.
Yeah, and today we actually...
And Len Burgess' mother was an ophthalmologist, and she took care of some Jews during the time they were in captivity. Also, I'm trying to remember the name, he was a real tall guy. He was the prime minister. I'm trying to remember his name. Afterwards, after Brzezinski, his family, his parents, he was born after the war. Very tall fellow. What was his name that I'm thinking of?
Maybe Landsbergis, no?
No, this is after Landsbergis, after Brzezinski. The name escaped me. My brain gets a little warped.
The tall president.
Who was the prime minister after Brzezinski? He was a tall fellow. Schlesevicius, that's right. Schlesevicius. So his family, his parents saved Jews. Actually, in Chalet, near Chalet, near Chavel, this guy, what was his name? I met him with Jeremy up there. Like I say, my brain gets warped, so the names are hard to come back.
You're doing very well.
But it'll come to me, or I'll look it up.
Yeah, and you have in your notes, and how you can keep all this
it's in my notes. Yeah.
Excellent. What does it say?
They shot him, they dumped the bodies in there. They put lye or some calcium on top, and then another layer of hundreds of people. This is about, 100 meters long? How long was it?
How do you know why were they Russian?
And this is also like 3 years of work.
Who dug out?
Let's be careful.
And they shot the Russian prisoners.
Oh, they were the prisoners.
People were living for 9 years. So it was quite difficult for them.
This is the most important
We are just standing in front of this door.
This is the most important. Something, there were 64 people, but every day 2 people were allowed to call in sick. So these guys, one was the lookout and one was drilling by hand with a little hand drill bit, these little holes. So then if a guard came nearby, it looked like, they were just milling around, but they were on sick call. That's how they had time to do the drilling out here, because at night they were kept inside one of those, what do you call it? Cells. Mules cells.
How many other prisoners were here?
Inter the bodies and burn them.
But there were more people.
No, they kept bringing them in on a daily basis.
They had, at that point, they weren't doing any more killing, or they were still...
No, after all the killing, after it was done.
More people lived in this building.
That's when they decided that
This is a drinking water.
sheltered by Sophia and Kazis Binkia. Later, Antonina, remember people, if you had a kid, sometimes you had to pass them off to somebody else because they found out, like we heard. Antonina. Which one? Mika? Konovoskaite?
What happened to them?
Her and her brother Sasha in Palanga after the war. Mika was born in 1941. In 44, she was smuggled out of the ghetto and sheltered by Karolis and Zhevdoshki Gracia.
Which one is Mika?
After the war, Mika's parents, this one's Mika, I don't know here which one it is. Yeah. Her parents took her back. In 73, Mika and her husband Joseph were living in Israel. In 1973, so she grew up, she lives in Israel.
In this home. And the dress, of course, what condition it was in, but she was growing and and then also unbelievable story. Here's a tablecloth embroidered.
Was this Chaim Bartman's mother?
I know this woman, as a matter of fact. She's very
This was
sweet.
Chaim Bartman's mother. And this is Zingeris, Emmanuel Zingeris' family, it says here. Emmanuel, her son, Emmanuel, signatory. That's, he was in 1988 when I first came here. He was in the...
Yes, Paulina Tatarskytė, she survived in Stuttgart, yes.
Yeah. I think this is Chaim Bartman's mother.
Yeah, she looks like.
Yes, it's Teva Chaim. He was the first one who gave me a tour of this place in 1988. Chaim Bartman. 1988. That was the first time I was here.
This is like a Hungarian
They
embroidery.
didn't have these nice exhibits. It was a lot different. It was much more sterile.
They did a good job.
Yeah, they did a lot of research.
Yeah, they have everybody's story.
Yeah.
Oh, here's the garage.
Yeah, those are the pictures. That's right. Those are the pictures in the Leviticus garage where we were going to go. See the people surrounding, and the German soldiers shot the film of these people being killed, and then this guy got on top of the bodies and with an accordion started playing the Lithuanian national anthem, Zhema Tavina Nosu, I don't remember the words. Yeah, and people were just watching, men, women, and children. And this German soldier who took pictures and wrote about it, he was amazed at what he saw.
Here's Rabbi
And the chief rabbi of Slobodka was the rabbi.
Shapiro.
No, Shapiro was of Kovna. Rabbi Yosefskis was the chief rabbi of the city of Viljampola. He was on Yurbakas Gatva. They chopped his head off. He was, I don't know what it says here, but, and they put a sign on his saying, this is going to happen to all the Jews.
And they were taking out the ghettos and then like trains.
The Jewish council in the ghetto was headed by Dr. Elkis, Elchanan Elkis. His office, medical office, was not far from the Leviticus garage, not far from Leis Vassalea. Head of the German Gestapo, and he stood in the plaza there in Viljampola in the ghetto, and he'd say right, left, right, right, left, right, and finally, at the end of the day, everybody had to pass through. I think those who went to the right were brought to the little ghetto, and the next day they were marched up here where they were
How
killed.
far? How far is it from here?
Canada, many years later,
They were going to prosecute him, but he died before they had a chance to put him up on trial. Are you familiar with this guy, Helmut Rauka?
Yeah.
Basements like we saw at Molina in Vilna, and they flushed him out by burning down the houses.
Yeah. And those.
These are original or no?
Yeah, they are. And well, remember after the first World, some of the belongings of the 64 people and shoes. So two pairs. Remember, it's winter time, so we need.
I'll show you on your show by Alex Bigelsen.
You might have.
You have one, that's true. You have.
Who wrote this?
Alex. Oh, what is that? A list of the prisoners? Or?
And their ages.
Problem. I don't know.
Is this what they use to make the key?
No, this is the drill. So
That's the drill that they use to drill out
Not the
these-
hole. Look at those birds. Wow, scary.
But I mean to lift in or
I decided to leave a little message to the Nazis.
How many women were there out of the 64?
Three.
Yeah.
Let's see.
This
Yes.
one?
It would be like that, but in Lithuanian or Yiddish, it was it was that same idea. They used to do this. And
Yeah.
in those days, that was the symbol.
It's a knuckle sandwich.
Yeah, and they were planning to do this. Okay, and now let's go to French.
There's your position.
That was a thing back then?
That was it.
Okay, so there's multiple positions dedicated for French Jews. Well, I because right here we can.
You saw it in French and English. There's a lot of Yiddish words all over the place, but for some reason during the Soviet era, they painted over it. So you don't see any of the Yiddish writing, but there was tons of Yiddish writing on the wall. They, for some reason, decided they didn't want to show it, so they painted over it. So that's why the only thing you see there is the French.
Okay.
Then of the other prisoners had to go up and down, up and down, up and down, and because it is metals, yes, you know, so you just have to lift this sound.
There's also never been stairs, so it's just like a slide.
Yeah, but this is for claustrophobia, you know, that you would get, you know.
Oh yeah, here we are.
Something. Let's say Mach schnell.
No,
If you make a paper airplane.
Yeah, well, he would
kill
not.
it.
He would look. He wouldn't look very kindly on it.
And you know, if you stick your arm out like this.
But that wasn't for. This wasn't like with the Jewish time. This is before that, when it was a prison.
Oh yeah, when
jail,
it was like they visited.
But like the Jews didn't get to visit anybody. That was,
No,
Jews were just taken here to kill.
Why don't they just take a paper airplane and go?
Well,
there was no
because
paper.
come on,
what?
come on.
Also, the guard looks like.
Yeah, you're being right.
Surroundings,
Then why
German
did it say
Jews,
Paris and why did
French Jews,
and why, how did they
from
know
the
how to
other
spell
concentration
In what year?
camps.
In what year did they start bringing them here?
It's different because from Germany it came earlier. I think it was 1942, and this is the monument for German Jews murdered here.
came. It was a rope ladder.
Yes.
But they came
Through
out.
this defensive wall, but only.
Good. As you can see, kind of the high point in Kaunas.
Doesn't seem that high. Doesn't seem like we're that high.
Well, Kaunas, all of Lithuania is not very high, you know, period. There's no ski slopes in Lithuania. I don't think there are any.
There is one, right?
Mission to South Africa and southern Rhodesia to raise funds for a new building for the yeshiva. And then they built this building. My uncle Avigdor told me that when they dedicated this building, they had the street court wall and sitting were the dignitaries, and he was sitting next to the American ambassador to Lithuania. And it turned out the American ambassador was also from Baltimore like he was, and in fact he went to the same elementary school that Avigdor Miller went to. So they became good buddies, you know. Anyway, so this is the last building that was built for the yeshiva, and the other buildings were destroyed during the destruction of the ghetto. Now, somewhere right around here was that wooden bridge over Panerai. So Panerai Street, that's what this street is.
Which one?
This street.
This street?
Panerai Street. And
because it is a lot of this empty space, yes?
Yes.
This is,
and
wasn't so,
there are
it was
basically
bent down.
two ghettos, the large ghetto and the small ghetto. So the bridge went from the large ghetto to the small ghetto. Now, you remember the gal who was doing the, there was a selection on October 27th, 1943, 44. And it was probably right over there in that area. There was a plaza.
Oh, and with to the left and the
See
right.
where that person walked in that area. And that's when this guy German commander did the selection, you know, right, left, right. So the people who went to the right were brought to the small ghetto, and the next day they were marched or up to the Ninth Fort where they were all killed. And after that, there was only the large ghetto. They didn't need the small ghetto. There's one other structure that belonged to Slobodki Yeshiva where some of the rabbis lived, I think a block or two down. There's a picture of it, I think, in my book. Now let's see, can you go inside or is it locked?
Oh no, it's locked.
This building was all the way up to, meaning even this brick floor was included?
Well, I think in the Soviet times they added floors to buildings.
Yes, that's right.
It was some, you know, to kind of get more. So I think that top floor was added afterward.
How many huge building? Do you know how much money he raised? How much money the building
No, but
cost?
what I do know was in southern Rhodesia during a rain, the car that he was being driven around overturned, and he was unconscious for several days, and that's why afterwards he developed a seizure disorder, and he used to take the Lantin and phenobarbital, and he was under the care of a Dr. Bender of Mount Sinai Hospital. He was a famous neurologist at the time. You know.
But I knew about the Dilantin.
Yeah, because my parents used to pronounce it dilatant. You know, you had a Yiddish stuff. To take a picture, this is kind of characteristic. This is kind of where the steps are. See where it kind of juts out.
You've been inside?
Because, yeah, I've been inside. But like I say, it's a factory. You see that kind of... And then maybe you can get a close-up of those signs. It's in Lithuanian and in Yiddish.
Adina, do you have
so you could read them. You did that?
Yeah, but
Is there anything to see inside?
The things are
Oh,
like
yeah.
covered in plastic. It's like an office.
That guy just drove out of this driveway.
At the top floor. Maybe I think that's the way.
Yeah.
But what's that, Billy? That's something else? That's not part of it.
Oh, we learned how to say that in Spanish. It's
I was making a point that this you said was the staircase, and that they put
I believe
this a
so.
special kind of glass that lets
Light in, but you can't really see.
Yeah. So maybe that was important, so that the staircase was always
Lit up during the day?
Yeah, that there was light inside, so that they could see inside without using lights. You know, it was made that
Uh-huh.
way because I know some people who. Actually,
use
today
that?
it's very modern. Sometimes now they do it, of course, in a bathroom where they don't want they want the light to come in and not.
And in my parents' place, they put this for the corridor also.
Yeah, yeah. It's a what's it called? A style.
Yeah.
But it's very
Don't go home. Oh, it's like only broken. We're seeing Delia tonight, right?
Yep.
We have dinner.
You want to try? Look at us deep shit with this. Trying to go inside, but I couldn't get in. Last time we were there.
That's right, that's right, that's right.
We have video cameras on the outside. But yeah, no 637. So there was no sense of like.
Victor Miller went back in '38, so they dedicated.
no sense that anything bad is coming. Is that what you mean? No.
It's like
Like it's not.
Neustadt.
Oh. I mean the commemoration because I
So maybe we can write Neustadt.
Well, maybe somebody did.
We should. Does anyone have a pen?
The 23rd of September, yes.
Why 23rd? Why?
Egla.
Because at that time, not at that time, but in this particular
Do you have a
day,
pen?
was demolished Vilnius ghetto. So, and this was taken as, yes, because here it was sent still to concentration camp, this Kovna ghetto. And Kovna ghetto is, at least from the Lithuanian ghettos, best documented. Because as you saw, Faitelson wrote a book, then Abraham Tori also wrote his diary, and Abraham Tori was the secretary of the Jewish Council here in ghetto, yes, of Judenrat.
Does anyone have a pen?
He wrote a history.
Egla, do you have a pen?
You don't
worry,
you won't manage with the pen.
You can't. You're gonna need ink. You're gonna need a pen.
Anyone have a Sharpie?
Not a pen.
Sharpie. A Sharpie and a magic marker.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I don't carry one.
You gotta take it so that it's not.
No, it's like that.
Yeah, he's gonna, maybe he can, you see what we're looking at?
Down here.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Sorry.
These stones have names on them.
All dehydrated, that doesn't bring back
I like it. There's a
No, we're going to stop in 2 minutes.
It's dot nova, but I don't know what is sayat. Sad. It's seda.
In garden, Sid.
No, seda in my.
The fence was all around here. There was a tower and the gate. And in the morning, the work details went out here, walked across the bridge. They were marched to wherever they were working. If it was the airport, the aerodrome, I think they called it.
Yes. I mean, they had to pass Slobodka Bridge, but they have to pass also Aleksotas Bridge because this aerodrome
That's for
was
the airport,
on, yes,
yeah.
for the airport was on the Aleksota side. So, but you know, for the mechanics, yes, you can't make, you know, this marschieren, I don't know, this, you know, going like column, like soldiers,
Like
yes,
most-
on the bridge, yes. So on the bridge they were allowed to go freely.
Oh, really?
I mean, how, you know, not,
in a
you know,
line,
one,
yeah.
two, yes, not in a line, exactly.
Not in formation.
So, yes, and therefore it was the biggest chances to escape. So what they managed, you know, I mean, to escape just from the column to the city, you know, to find some food perhaps, or to find some place for your child, you know, this is how they were made, the contacts with the rest of the population, or the colleagues, or doctors,
Now,
or whatever.
when you
And in Oleksota still was the same. And the same was when they came back, let us say, you know, they would wait around somewhere, you know, they would take off, you know, the David stars, yes, and then they would put again, you know, and then in the column, and then back with the column to the ghetto.
Now, when we cross, do you know where that seminary is? That Catholic student seminary for priests, somewhere right on the other side of the bridge.
I'm not for
You're
sure
not that
I know
familiar.
that
Okay, it's very
we-
close.
Yeah, but we are going on this direction.
Oh, I
because-
see. We're
yeah.
going to the.
Yeah. And what was different here in Kovno, because people were allowed to have still little gardens to support themselves, because in these plots were by the river, you know? So because it was, how to say, it was like ghetto territory with the natural fence. What, do you want to go to the river? Not really, you know? So, how you will escape, therefore they would use these little plots, you know, for having little, you know, vegetables and stuff to plant. So this wouldn't be, how to say, in any other ghetto, because usually it would be in the middle of the
all around.
city, yes.
Now,
So-
Elchanan Wasserman was in the ghetto, and people paid the Red Cross to get him out of the ghetto to come in. But the Nazi, they were afraid that if they released him, he would tell of what's going on here. So when they captured him, he was with Rabbi Oshry. They took him to the Ninth Court and killed him. His son Simcha Wasserman was the rabbi in Los Angeles, and he was Jeremy Sondick. Maybe that's why Jeremy turned out the way he did.
Even announced so that Jews has to move to Slovakia till this and this date. So if they even exchanged apartments, yes, from who had in Kaunas old town, you know, with non-Jews, they exchanged. Even so, you know, this was given more time because they also understood that it's impossible to make.
They might have given him 30 days, something like that. And that's why when Tikva was born, she was born outside the ghetto. But when she left, when her mother left the hospital, a little bit, a few feet over from where it was. I don't know which way, maybe that way.
But look, there's also lots of people in the middle. There's the men.
They have 70,000 already. That should be.
It has the train. Did you see that train as we were driving? And the train is right behind. Yes, that's why they took. That's why they.
It's last name, but it's yeah, exactly. For Lithuanians, Mantas. So he's a guy here, and he's doing his PhD at Lithuanian History Institute. So, and he knows that you know the film. So, and we agreed that he will be on
I gave
time.
her the film, so she will know exactly. But now that you're here,
That used Martin film?
yeah,
Oh, great.
yeah,
Because
very, very well done. Okay,
So
great.
Ben lesson is.
we want to see the entrance, yes?
We want to see everything.
It's not possible.
It's not possible. Yes, he will
Well,
make everything
we want to see
possible.
the entrance and the exit, and where the tunnel was.
Maybe first of all, let's go there, okay?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
We have a little discussion.
And he's Benus lessons.
He's Benus, just Benus, or Benjaminas. Benjaminas. Benjaminas.
I like Benus.
Yes, Benus,
Benus lessons.
Benjaminas. But you are Yokuba.
Yokuba.
Not Yaakov Moshe, but Yokuba.
Yakuba.
Daddy, are the holes really big, Dad? Daddy, are the holes really big?
We're ready when you just yeah.
Unlike the Ninth Fort, which had a beautiful monument, this is a more typical Soviet monument of a killing site, as you can see.
But actually, the first monument.
The Jews or the other victims were brought, and 10 at a time were brought down here and shot.
This for oil? What is that?
Well, before they made a depot. That's why you have these circular things.
Right.
Because they were going to make oil storage tanks, but they never got around to it because then, then the Germans attacked for Russia. Okay, we're going back. If we This is somewhat of a conveyor belt. So the bodies were down here, and they took the bodies from there. I don't know, where did they burn them? 85?
80 people.
80 people were kept to disinter the bodies and then burn them. Okay.
So while they were here, that's when they started digging. Yeah, but this is how
well, he'll explain that. Yes, and
what's that?
This is during the war. It had like.
And so the Jews were kept down here. You know, that's where they were living and eating, and then during the day they were doing the work, where they were chained. Right? They were chained so that they wouldn't run away.
So the tunnel was here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what we're getting to.
Let's let him tell us about it.
Yeah.
Let's give him a chance, Dad.
Transporting bodies.
It is only an example, just
I
to
see.
show
It was
people.
just brought here.
Yeah.
Were there dead
So they
people here?
found this entrance.
Yeah, and there is. And also,
There's a lot of dead.
we can go back. Just.
But it wasn't over here.
Yeah.
They put it over here just as a display.
In other words, they put the body on there and they would crank something.
Now it's even better. And here I will make that it will be seen so yes?
We lost Ethan and Jake, huh?
No, they,
Over there is the pit that they... Right.
And that's where they put the little, like, not metal detector, but the, like, I don't know, how do you describe it? What's that method called?
What do you mean?
With the little metal rods in the ground?
Oh. Yeah, he'll explain that.
Yeah, yeah. That is the biggest pit in our memorial. Actually, we were able
Okay.
So, for example, this pit.
What does that mean?
This side of water was, yes, made by, created by Soviet Special Commission. So you can compare that there's much less killing sites here than here.
Is this the train tracks?
The road.
Oh, the regular road. And where was the train coming?
Here.
That's the train.
mass killing ended in 1941 autumn, you know, then it was, you know, some groups, you know, some numbers, you know.
How many kids were there? How many kids have...
Actually, we don't know. It's like
Yeah, there are no... This,
At Yad Vashem, there's like a kids memorial thing.
There are about a million children.
And
there
half out of 6 million.
Right, a
They're
million and
like
a half.
in the room. It's really cool. Not cool, but like
It's
sad.
probably
It's like
women, I
there's
would
it's
say.
like a huge mirror, the whole room, and then there are 3 candles, and it looks like there are like a million candles, but
200 about.
and then it like one playing is 9 hours, and it says their name in like a couple of
paper
different-
clip.
And then, so when we went to Yad Vashem with our class, they told us to remember one name because, like, we can't remember all of them. So if each of us just remember one name. I forgot mine. His first name was Judah, but I forget the rest.
That's okay.
And
That's
he was
enough.
Russian. It says, like, where they're from in their name.
so he was from Russia, yes?
Yeah, and his name was, like, Judah.
Judah, yeah.
But I just
Be careful, don't go back.
Oh, that's a
But you're
different story.
saying
But,
when
like,
they were able to pile 25,000 people into this pit, or they took them out and
They didn't worry
left them
about it,
and they
but
just
now they wanted to
One
get
pit
rid.
full, go to the next
Well,
pit.
they didn't. They weren't worried.
But once they realized maybe it's not going to be a 1,000-year Reich, they wanted to get rid of the evidence. So that's when they got this group here to burn the bodies.
And from these people who were burning the bodies survived?
Yes, folks.
Are you gonna have dinner with us tonight?
Yeah.
Good.
Even if we still don't know the address of Billy, she invited us.
You don't know yet?
But she didn't give us address.
You know what's funny? I said, wow, I remember Lucy and she had black hair. She says, and I thought it would turn gray. She's like, no, she's blonde now. Here I'm thinking I'm gonna see.
25.
Oh, it's a lot of digging.
Well, yeah.
A lot of earth.
But they want to get beyond where the guards were.
Right.
But apparently they made enough noise which they alerted the
I still
guards.
doubt that a 20-year-old.
That's why the guards started shooting. It was dark at night. People started to run. Right. Most of them were able who got through the tunnel, but the others, they, you know.
Really, it is not just how to
They
say
probably just sprayed them.
Yeah.
They didn't know what they were shooting at.
Exactly. It was dark and people, you know, once you run into the forest.
Like my
I wonder if we can find shellings out there.
They found
what me and my mom
Metal detectors. Ethan, next time we come with the metal detectors.
Well, just pretty right away, and they started shooting at them, but it was dark. So the people ran into the forest, and it was too dark. So some of them they hit, and then the rest of the people couldn't get out. To the, but this right here was the end of the tunnel. Wow. You'll see
I know, I've seen
the
it, but I'll have
documentary.
to refresh.
Yeah, this is it.
Like a while ago.
Here. This is where they came out of the pit, out of the
Why don't they have
tunnel.
like a
Yeah, they should mark it.
They should.
They should mark it.
You wanna, it was deep down, so they came up here, and once the first few got out.
It's here, so and it could be filmed nicely in front of this monument. So, do you have kippah? Or?
I don't. I have a hat on the bus.
Well, it's a little too late to get to the bus. But
Okay.
Adina, could you come close a little bit because then it would be.
Is that closer?
Okay, I think that we're going to say Tehillim 23, Chav Gimel. It talks about the
Lord is my shepherd.
The Lord is my shepherd, but it also talks about, though I walk through a valley of the deepest darkness, I fear no harm, for you are with me. So I think that that's very appropriate. Okay, Mizmor LeDavid Adonai Roi Lo Echsar Benos Desha Yarbitzeni Al Mei Menuchos Yina Haleni Nafshi Yeshovev Yancheni B'Magle Tzedek Leman Shemo Gam Ki Elech Begeit Salmaves Lo Ira Ra Ki Ata Imadi Shiftecha Umishantecha Hema Yinachamuni Taroch Lefanai Shochan Neged Sorarai Dishanta Bashemen Roshi Kosi Rivaya Ach Tov V'Chesed Yirdefuni Kol Yimei Chayai V'Shavti B'Beis Adonai La'orach Yamim.
You have the English translation?
Sure.
Okay,
A
then.
Psalm of David. The Lord is my shepherd, I lack nothing. He makes me lie down in green pastures. He leads me to water in places of repose. He renews my life. He guides me in the right paths as befits his name. Though I walk through a valley of the deepest darkness, I fear no harm, for you are with me. Your rod and your staff, they comfort me. You spread a table for me in full view of my enemies. You anoint my head with oil. My drink is abundant. Only goodness and steadfast love shall pursue me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord for many long years.
Amen.
Amen.
Going to get a picture together here in front of them.
I have a non-Jewish friend, and she knows a lot about Judaism. She's actually Asian, and when she writes Amen, she writes A-H-H-M-E-N.
Okay. I'm not gonna give him my camera. You give him. Get behind.
Yeah,
You
you're
can
good.
sit on a step.
Good.
You know what?
Because because it's really
Adina,
small.
do you have AirDrop?
I do have airdrop. Yes.
Can you AirDrop me some pictures?
Sure.
Oh,
They're all on
You
Lipton.
have 7,000. 14,000.
What do you mean?
No, not posting.
I have so many
I want
emails. I don't open my
AirDrop.
emails.
Those
I don't
pictures.
even open my school
Yeah, but
emails.
you know what?
I feel like you
But
can
I've
redo your stuff coming out lunch.
I don't know, just because I don't feel
To free his legs, he kicks her in the face.
What made them? What made them look for? What made them look for the tunnel? They made them look for the tunnel.
Ir jisai ten kažkaip bandė ar straipsnį rašyti, ar ką.
Galbūt iš kažką buvo lyg ir neringa jeigu radus, man atrodo.
The people who were.
But they were down inside down. So this was what, for the rain or something?
No, that's when they
Because
was like a hut.
Like this, it was covered.
So it was underneath where their living quarters. So the Germans didn't really see them, but obviously they had to get rid of the sand.
Yes, because you can't break, the stone wall, what was prepared for this oil depot, yes? So they have to dig,
Underneath,
down,
yeah.
yes.
Underneath the
Yeah,
wall.
exactly.
I see. Look, it was like a real hill up to get out.
Oh, they have like different floors.
This is a good. Let him. Actually.
Yeah.
They were murdered people, of Polish nationality, of Lithuanian nationality, of Soviet war prisoners. So this is Plechavičius, and this is completely other story.
They exhumed, I think, about around 500 bodies. And these people, they came to this conclusion that in Paneriai were killed around 100,000 people.
Oh, that's how they.
The first night. So this was the resistance when they just put barriers and they shooted Nazis.
Right, yeah.
So the only one, the physical resistance, but the spiritual resistance with the theater, with concerts and all this organization. This was before, and the rest, prepared to leave for partisans. Yes.
Right. So.
Who was? Adina, I think you asked how it looked like. When these streets, little tiny village streets, when you had to pass. So how it was closed. Yes, that it is ghetto territory, and it is you can't pass through.
This was like a fence and barbed wire.
But like you would think that you could like burn it or blast through it, but they couldn't.
You want to bring to get a potato and not the match.
That's right.
to blow everything up. Yeah. So.
About survival, they couldn't think about
Because
the future, maybe they didn't think anything was going to happen.
People always were expecting, for the best. So they thought, okay, they were, Tsar empires, they were pogroms. Perhaps now, it is ghetto, and we will survive ghetto as well. We just live, poorer or, with persecutions, but we will survive. Nobody saw that it is physical annihilation of the entire community.
Well, when my parents left, May of 1939 for Switzerland, they didn't expect to be a Holocaust.
Sure, even if your father already experienced what is to be rabbi in Heidekrug, then you have to leave there.
But they figured they're going to be gone for 5 years, things will blow over, and then they'll come back and live happily ever after.
Exactly.
They didn't expect this.
Yeah.
What's this picture here? No, this one.
The special commission.
Oh, that's what it says it right here. There's a group.
Exhumation, how that the Soviets wanted to document Nazi crimes.
Right, investigate
Yeah,
and prosecute. It's right there. It's not like I really knew. I
No,
didn't
no,
see
that's
before,
okay.
and I paid
But you
attention.
read.
Yes, I did.
And you retained.
I retained, and I explained.
You are so sweet because in Neustadt also they asked us to sign in this book and I forgot. But if you send, I will send them and they will, you know.
Paste it in?
Yes.
So this was Soviet commission that was done in what year?
I also did it in the temple in.
This is the Soviet.
Kada tiksliai ta ekshumacija? 44 August. So it's
Right.
very early.
Well,
Just
right
on the
after,
hot-
44
hot,
August is right
traces,
after
you know.
they liberated.
Exactly, exactly. Guys, it's time to say.
That's the marching out of the ghetto.
Hey, Dad, why don't you move this way a little so you can get out of the sun?
Which way?
Oh, solemn?
Yeah. Now look at this guy.
Hey.